it would be a little bit different training needed. I wouldn't need to be accessing people's records and that sort of thing. Right now, I'm not even lead certified. I'm actually getting my records from the Corvallis Police Department because I don't have the time for that training. And we also, my understanding was we needed a dedicated laptop or computer for that. We just don't have the volume to support doing that. And I'm taking very minimal training. I'm taking the training I absolutely have to run the court right now. But we also have our audits. I believe it's every 3 years. And those are kind of spontaneous. So that's something else I have to spend my time preparing for. I really don't see us. I don't see how that court's going to sustain itself between all the costs of staff, the judge, all the training needed. We're kind of half behinding it.
So counsel, do you have questions for staff or comments?
I don't know, these facts seem to pretty much answer the question for us. I don't know about everybody else. Seems pretty clear to me what we need to do.
I will add to a lot of the time that I spend is sending out basically collection letters. You know, Judge Blake will find people. We have to give our portion to the state, the first payment we receive. And a lot of times we don't even get a second payment. I'm reaching out to these people. They're not updating their addresses and phone numbers. I'm wasting time, not wasting time. I'm spending time though, trying to track these people down. And I have very limited time and resources to do so. So we're not even obtaining all the money that we are owed. And then we are, you know, still having to pay the state their portion for that.
So we had talked about, there were two plans I think we talked about, TJ. One was letting court go until the end of the calendar year, and the other was to go ahead when this new fiscal year starts, ending it then, although that would be kind of quick.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So my recommendation and the way that the budget is currently crafted, and budget committee obviously kicked this to council to decide. Right. But the way that I have crafted it is that the court would stay in place for another 6 months. So, and at the beginning of the calendar year, during that time, we would take the full 6-month period to make sure that everything is properly transitioned to the county, that we establish an as-needed contract with Judge Blake for large issues involving code compliance, and that we make sure that all of the cases that Monroe currently has under its control are properly handled and transferred. And then I'd like to have a final some sort of notice from Judge Blake. We'd have to follow this path and find out what exactly dissolution looks like, but I want to make sure I get that final notice at the end that says you're good and you're done, so we don't have zombie issues, which I've seen before, follow you around and then you don't realize you didn't actually kill it off properly. So right. That would be what I would do within that 6-month period of time, and I think that's a large enough period of time to make sure we do all that right.
I have a question. This won't affect our contract with the Benton County Sheriff, correct?
I don't think so.
I'm sorry, Councilor Evans, I couldn't really hear you. What was that?
This shouldn't affect our contract at all with Benton County Sheriffs, correct? Oh.
Did you hear Council?
Our contract with who?
Benton County Sheriff's Office.
No, it will not, in the sense that what they provide for us in service remains the 10.5 hours per week. What they're doing currently is they're citing those tickets into Monroe Circuit Court. We would work with them to redirect those to the new court. But in terms of the dollars and cents and the nuts and bolts of the contract, we would expect that to remain effectively in place. It may require an addendum if our legal counsel would like one, just to memorialize that the court has indeed been dissolved and that it gets directed to the new county. But there would be no need for a significant overhaul, and there would be nothing that alters it materially.
Thank you, that's what I thought.
Generally, I guess my thought on it at this time is really in alignment with the mayor. I don't necessarily see a reason to continue this past the additional 6 months. I have some questions, but I don't think they're really critical questions, so I'll just keep it at that. Any other commentary on the court?
And it may be that it won't take a full 6 months. I mean, I obviously haven't spent a lot of time researching this. I didn't want to spend time on something that we might keep, obviously, with budget and everything else. There was higher priority items. But if we are directed to dissolve the court, we can look at what that path would be and how long that typically takes.
Dawn, just out of curiosity, I will ask the question, approximately how many active or open cases are in court currently?
So that I'm aware of, because there's older files I haven't even had time to dig into, to be honest. The ones since I've been here, maybe a dozen. They're open that have been cited since I've been here and that are not resolved or paid off. So a majority of them, to be honest, because we really don't have a lot of sites that come through.
This is Councilor Myers. I have a quick question for you. And I know it's more work and it's low hanging stuff on this level. But you have 9 cities under 1,000 that operate a municipal court, and you have 6 cities that maintain a municipal police department. Are those 6 cities that maintain a municipal police department part of those 9 that operate the court?
I can give you the full list if you'd like. I can actually even put it up on my screen. Curious myself.
Yeah, I was just curious if that's what's justifying some of those people to keep a municipal court.
Very close.
And since we don't have that,
Really a little far away from the towns, like we have to turn the city
Right.
about, so.
down in Fall City or something.
I do have that data actually. I could take a quick look, but I suspect you're correct on that.
Thank you.
Although I do see a few that are they're not mutually inclusive. I do see yeses and then no's side by side. Like Mill City, for example, has a court but no police.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Anyway, so this is. But in general, are there other thoughts or questions for staff?
It was just curiosity. You don't have to dig into it much.
Okay.
I got one more question I'll ask. TJ, do you think the county commissioners will have to approve us, not us dissolving, but accepting our cases or our court as part of their court, or will they just do it automatically?
And one of our county commissioners is here. This is a FYI.
So my research, I did look into that. The counties don't have a decision on whether when a court dissolves to take it on. In fact, the same is true for a city that loses its charter, and that has happened in a few cases. All of the governance of the city transfers to the county by state by revised statute. So there's no choice in the matter. But we definitely want to communicate that with our friends at the county and make sure in that period of time during the transition we let them know what we're doing and why we're doing it.
All right, well, I don't think we're voting on this at the moment, but let's keep the budget hearing meeting going.
Excellent.
Do we need to make a recommendation to council? I mean, basically this is council, but we're in a budget hearing.
Yes, so that is actually the role of your council this evening. You can make that decision and direct staff, and you can wrap that up into the final approval, whether that be tonight or the 29th. But you can direct if you feel as you're ready to at this point in time.
I'm good. I think we're gonna give it 6 months. More information is gonna come tonight.
Yep, that's fine. Agreed.
I'm comfortable making the recommendation.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay. Do we need a formal motion?
TJ, do we need to actually vote on, I think we do, I mean, it's a hearing and all.
Yes, I'd say for the record, it's probably a good idea.
Right, okay. All right. Sounds good. You're the territory.
All right. Want to make a motion as well, or?
Good, I think it was already made
Okay,
and seconded. by
motion,
you.
seconded by me. All right, let's vote. Councilor Ray.
We're going to continue this for 6 months.
We're going to continue the
Yes.
court for 6 months, continue our research and the budgetary portion of our. Councilor Wood.
Yes.
Councilor Evans.
Yes.
Councilor Cuthbertson.
Yes.
Mayor Sheets.
Yes.
And Councilor Myers.
Yes.
Councilor Felty also a yes. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you, council. The next thing that we want to review with you, the first thing on this list we can actually just talk about right on this slide. These are the 2 items that you directed staff, or excuse me, the budget committee recommended would likely be included in the budget, and they didn't direct us to include it. That was left for council. But the first item was a toolbox. If you recall, Mark's request was $7,500 for a large, really nice toolbox, and he provided some guidance and said that he was able to get a large, really good toolbox, meets his needs for $5,000. I wanted to get some feedback from council if you would like us to formalize that appropriation as a capital asset for public works. And you all heard from Mark last time on his need for that and why he's asking for it.
Is there a difference in amount of tools in this toolbox that make that much of a price difference? Or is it possibly brand name differences?
Yeah. So the 800 some odd piece was expensive. This one he said he could find for a little less had like 600 pieces. But also remember, we can try to find deals out there, and obviously we have to get bids for a cost like that. So I'm going to push him to get the best possible toolbox for whatever money y'all allocate to him. But we do know the 5,000 covers the market rate for the one that could work if he had to.
And with that too, I'll add, we do have general money in tools and operating supplies, where if they really run into a tool that they need that's not included in this, there is a little bit of money to allow if he needs to get a certain tool that's not included.
So I was not fortunate enough to join the last meeting, prior commitment. But so this toolbox and tools, I'm making an assumption, maybe a poor one, I don't know. But most of the tools in this toolbox that Mark needs, he needs those, I'm assuming. These aren't like what I'm concerned about is getting duplicate tools that he already has. That we have twice as many of things that he doesn't need or he already has. Unfortunately, he's not here, and I don't think he'll be here till later. But
so, Mayor Sheets, just to answer briefly though, some will be duplicates, but right now the tools they have haven't really been managed properly because they haven't had proper storage for them, and they're also, rusted and everything else because of the lack of storage. But we do need to ensure that if this is a cost that, we're going to allot, we need to have those tools maintained, kept in the toolbox basically, except for when they're using them.
Right, well, and you mentioned storage, so hopefully we'll have an appropriate place to store them, not just the
Yeah.
toolbox.
Mark
Yeah.
did mention they would have to check in and check out.
Okay.
And I imagine Mark is likely to continue to use his existing tools.
I'm
Just
sure.
Toss them.
Right, no, I
Yeah.
know, like, my own personal experience, you end up getting toolbox sets, and it's like, oh, I've got, 3 of these now, I've got, 2 of those, just curiosity more than. No, I'm sure that whatever he needs is in those toolboxes, I trust him, I know this has been an ongoing thing for quite some time, they are lacking tools, and they need certain tools to do their jobs, I do understand that, so just curiosity, that was all I was wondering.
So I asked Mark about this specifically because I've been in that position where you buy a couple sets and you've got, 10 number 2 screwdrivers, but somehow no number 10, sockets. But one of the things he needs a home for his tools. And I told him that we're going to be very strategic. If there's a way to buy a certain configuration that gives him stuff that he doesn't already have, I'd like him to really focus in on that. If possible. So no, it's a good point, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
I had one other question, so the tools, or the toolbox, and the recommended appropriation for the camera system, are those coming out of the same place? Because
Yep.
Sometimes it makes it a little easier to make a decision if because I know there are gonna be several options on the camera, so sometimes you can finagle things around a little better if you can see all the moving parts, or are those coming out of 2 different places? Do you understand my meaning?
Yeah, great question. They're coming out of the same pot of money, but they'll be listed separately. The first item I wanted to just carve off as a yes or a no, more money, less money, and then I've got a couple of slides for you for that second item. And you're right, you get a kind of an a la carte menu there.
Yeah, honestly, I have at least one question on the camera system, but proceed, please.
So yeah, if you want to look at just the toolbox, or if you want to come back to the toolbox component, if I'm hearing you right, you want to know what the total numbers would be before making a decision. Am I hearing you on that?
We were talking about 7,500 for a toolbox last week. Now it's down to 5,000. And if he thinks he can get a toolbox, that is the right tool to do the job and to house and track your tools, to increase efficiency, to maintain our tools. I think the long term would be very beneficial. And I think $5,000 for a toolbox, from what little research I did last week, and that's a heck of a deal. So yeah.
Ones that are easily accessible, quick to find what you need.
And we mark our tools properly.
And who's to say we won't just pop in to do an audit of the shop, right? I have been known a time or two to do that.
I'm pretty sure Norm will have a tracking system.
Yeah, I think he will.
You're gonna have to sign your first bill.
I'm not borrowing anything. I'm just gonna make sure that it's 5S is what I know it is in my world.
I think I'm hearing a consensus from council to include that in the budget. Do I have that right?
It seems so.
Yeah,
No notes.
I would.
Okay. Okay, so on to the item that I think everybody is very interested about. So we've gone ahead and broken out for you the 2 costs. So right here, I'll just go over them quickly, then come back to them and we'll dial in. There's the water treatment plant for $12,500 and the park/bathroom for $5,800. So on the water treatment plant, what we get out of that is there's one outdoor 4 camera with a multi-sensor. We get a 4x4K zoom lens 2 terabyte camera as well. Those have maximum of 30 days storage on there. And then we also get the Verkada outdoor fisheye camera. This is the one that has that fixed lens, really good quality as well, with 512 of storage, and that's also 30 days of retention time. And that's what we're seeing on all of our cameras, and of course that does also get uploaded to the cloud, as we talked about last time. So these are just for the water treatment plant, and recall the water treatment plant and the park was previously a combined number for about 18,000. You asked if we wanted to just pick one of these for this fiscal year. How much are they separate? That's the question that we're answering for you. So if you did want to do the water treatment plant, which was not what council indicated last time, my understanding was you wanted to focus on public safety and look specifically at the park.
So with regard to the water treatment plant, is there any sort of requirement from the federal government or anything to have cameras there? It's infrastructure, so I know that in the past there's some sort of requirement to have like an electric gate at the water treatment plant, or the water plant, excuse me. I know that's some sort of federal or state requirement. Is there one for water treatment plant with the cameras?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah. We did check on this in detail. So not only did we research this, we spoke with Chuck. Mark worked with his network to make sure. So we looked not only from the state's available resources online, but we also spoke to everybody available. There is no requirement to have a camera system monitoring the water treatment plant. And in addition, we actually also learned that there is no requirement to have an electronic gate. It's just that we do have a requirement to keep the gate closed when nobody is there. An electronic gate certainly helps ensure that always happens, but we currently have a very strong process built in manually until we have that 20,000 to allocate to the electric gate. So no, sir, we do not have a requirement to purchase this camera system.
Okay, all right. I have another question. So the camera system here at the community center, do we pay, is that all come out of the budget for this fiscal year, or are we paying for the rest of it next fiscal year too?
Thank you, sir. So the remainder of that comes out for this next fiscal year, and we pay the monthly fee.
Okay.
I have a quick question. This is Councilor Myers. It looks like we're actually buying the hardware and the install, so we actually own the items. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And so the licensing fee is just for what, monitoring?
Yes, that is correct. So all of the tools that we get, which include the facial recognition, the license plate reader, the ability to transfer that information in real time to our partners in public safety. There are all of those tools and resources that come with a digital package, the service itself.
Okay, so we have on-site storage of images plus we're transmitting it all off-site. Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any power backup in the plans for any of these things?
No, I don't believe. Well, I don't know. We actually should. I'm gonna not comment on that because I don't know the fact.
Yeah, a couple.
I know for a fact we have generators that run the necessary pieces, but I don't believe that it would also run the cameras if power was up. That would be a thing though.
Where are these camera? I'm going to call them a DVR. It doesn't say that, but they have to have a DVR. Where are the camera DVRs going to be located? In the building itself?
They typically wouldn't be located anywhere. I think what's happening is that we're getting that storage on the device itself. And
we're getting storage, the 512 and the 2 terabytes is on the device. That's usually going to be a hard drive, not the camera.
We don't get any DVRs. We're not receiving any DVRs.
Okay, so it's all just a chip in the camera?
It's all a chip in the camera and cloud-based, my
And that's
understanding.
okay. And are they powered, so they're not, are they powered over PoE cables?
They are wired, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, they're wired, they have to come into a controller. And I'm only saying, like, install them myself. And it's really, it's like less than $200 to get a UPS that will last 4 hours. And if you're gonna have anybody break into something and you have a power outage, it's gonna take time to get a generator running. That's when it's gonna happen. I'm just pointing another budget thing to go.
Yeah, are you looking like towards a UPS to keep it running?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, if we're spending this much money on security, I think we need to do that little extra. That's just my opinion. I mean,
I see what's going
And solar work?
that's, solar is relying on daytime. And that happens at night.
My cameras work on solar, and they work day and night. They just charge during the day.
Right. But how long do they last?
All night.
All night? It's just one of those things to think
I mean,
about.
these are motion sensors. They're not.
But these are PoEs, they're powered over the Ethernet cables.
And we have the funds available if we did want to buy an undirected power supply. We could do that. And remember that we will, of course, be working with the contractor when we install our camera system. We'll have the opportunity to see if there is any value-added option or what their recommendations are.
It's just something to think about is all.
Yeah,
Not really
absolutely.
but I think we should look at it.
Remember, y'all, though, one of the things we want to keep in mind is the water treatment plan, I think, was a secondary priority for council, if I recall. And if I'm not mistaken, the reason we were breaking this out is you wanted to know what the park and restroom would cost separately. And so what you have there is go ahead. What was that?
I was just gonna say, for the park and the bathroom over there, I'm assuming this is to address any vandalism.
Vandalism, and it's also, I think it was mentioned, the camera would be pointed towards, so whoever drives in, no matter where they go,
Yeah.
their license plate will be able to be spotted, which is,
Yeah, it is the more important one, probably.
and I think we actually had it the opposite way. I think the water treatment was the priority, pending if we understood if it was a compliance issue. And now that we know that it's not, and we're following proper protocol to keep that infrastructure safe, I mean, I think we should be just really looking into
Well,
it.
like the park camera, if it's getting license plate, they have to go by that camera to get to the water treatment plant.
True,
This is true,
yeah. So we'd be able to narrow it
yeah.
down.
It sounds like this will be sufficient for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that context. That I do recall that we wanted to confirm the infrastructure protection. With the park bathroom, we get an outdoor mini dome camera that's fixed, and again, you get your 30 days of storage there. And then we also get a bullet camera that also gives us the 30 days of storage. Both of these have really good, really wide range view. I don't know if y'all remember back when we presented all of the options to you. I think it was close 7-8 months ago at this point in time when we selected the MCC as our first in the phasing. But they had a really good view. It shows you kind of a color scheme and shows you where the cameras are actually going to cover. Most of them are 180 or 270 degree view with the ability to zoom in. So they see vehicles, they see license plates, and they can see on the field and what people are doing just out in the park. And I think the goal there was to help us understand what's going on in the park and keeping people safe if anything does occur.
And, sorry. I was gonna say, it says all rates are going up 20% June, July 1st.
Correct. So our quote is currently locked in, and we structured this very carefully with the vendor to be sure that the timing aligned just right with the council decision making. But they did lock in our quote until the 1st of July, which means that what you're seeing right here is the price that we would pay if you authorize one or both of these options. If you waited until after July 1st, you would see that price increase.
But it looks like it's June 28th is the actual cutoff date.
I don't know.
It's in the comment. POA will need a signed agreement by June 28th.
Got it. No, they told us 7/1, and I can confirm that with him tomorrow, just to be sure. Thanks for mentioning that.
Yeah, even the column headers say that.
Don, do you recall? Is this ringing a bell for you?
Verbally, I heard 7/1 as well, and I believe everything in the email said 7/1. It's probably a typo, but we can.
That's what I
confirm
think.
that tomorrow with Calvin.
I feel like I asked times where I should like.
And it might be that he's putting 6/28 so that we're not cutting it down to the wire. I think by 7/1 we have to be in the contract with them, so that would make more sense. That they need a couple days to process everything and make sure that we're actually moving forward with it.
Because 28th is the Sunday, right?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna call him tomorrow because I was just looking at that too. I absolutely think that's an error. And as Don just said, thank you for confirming my recollection there, Don. It's everything 7/1 verbally and in writing. I'll confirm.
Thank you.
So the final slide that I have here really breaks the two down side by side. And I gave you the annual cost for the park bathroom, given, as we were discussing last time, that's the direction I think I thought that council was going. So I gave you the total annual cost of $65.85 if you wanted to go with the bathroom. And then of course, with the water treatment plant, you'd be up to about $14.5.
No, it sounds like we're just talking about different things.
Fund. What, Councilor Evans would like to know what fund this would come out of.
Yeah, thanks. So this would come out of Public Works.
Both of them?
Whichever one we chose to go with. If you went to go with both of them, absolutely, yes.
Okay,
And we could justify with the water treatment plant. We could justify at least a good portion of that in the water treatment fund. Likely, I'd have to confirm, but I think that that's something we could do.
Well, it sounds like we're just talking about the park restroom at this point.
Yeah, I think that's right. So I did a little quick phone research. Doesn't seem like there's a solar option or a battery backup at this time. But, so we will need some additional information, infrastructure for power. Either way, with any of these, all four of these different models.
So, and here's the one thing that I'm a little bit worried about. And I know that I want the park, that's my priority. But the water treatment plant goes up 20% if we don't get it.
Right.
So are we going to look at future values and think about that?
Well, I mean, if there aren't any infrastructure, federal, state requirements,
Then we'll never get it.
But I don't think
I
those
suppose.
requirements would change, because we have to have it under control and secured. How we do that is how we do that.
Right.
As long as we can prove that.
So,
If we don't have vandalism or that, we have to justify it, but I'm just worried about the 20%.
right, no, and I understand that too.
That's a chunk of money.
It is a chunk of money.
Because that's a sales tax.
Sure. Yeah, that is. I mean, you can always go back, 6 months later.
Show me your cost.
Excuse me, my mic doesn't work. Is this just water that, it doesn't matter, it doesn't work?
I think it's yours.
No, I can't find it. Hi, the water treatment plant, correct me if I'm wrong, but is this just water we're treating, sewer water we're treating before it goes into the river?
I'm sorry. Can you clarify your question?
The water treatment plant, extract the sewer water, the dirty water, before we dump it into the river? Is that what the water treatment plant is for?
No, Counselor Evans, the water
No.
treatment plant is the water coming out of the river that we're treating for drinking and using around town. The wastewater treatment plant is what you're thinking of. And the lagoons.
Okay, so where is this treatment plant?
So we have a plant right next to the city park, that big building, and it's actually right behind Ron over there, right, where we have the gate. That's the water treatment plant. And the reason it's located right there is it's directly adjacent to the river. And we've got that water intake, that big pipe, that big straw, sucking water out of the river right there and pulling it in, and we clean it. And that's why we treat it. So that's the water treatment piece. And that plant is a big facility. And so it would be helpful to have cameras there to make sure people aren't breaking in or doing anything there that we wouldn't want them to be doing.
And also, we're expecting construction in that area in the near future.
But if we get the park and bathroom cameras, then we will still be able to see
See
anybody
those.
access
See
those
those.
areas. I mean, at least entrance into the park.
Right.
So
Unless they
you
were
are
open.
still somewhat controlled.
With this day and age, of all the terrorism and everything else, I'm not saying that Iowa town is a big target for terrorism, but there's people out there that's just so close-minded and are out there to just hurt people. With us having the dam removed, you know that's gonna really get some people angry. And because we're gonna have a lot of construction going on there, a lot of people are gonna be coming and going, and we're not gonna know who is coming and going per se, as in all these people. Someone can slide in there. How are we gonna know who it was if something happened?
That's why, the point that Chuck had brought up earlier, that's why I kept asking about it with the dates and the cameras, because he had said that they were a requirement, so I wanted to know why they were a requirement. Because before he had talked about that, how we have to have them secured a certain way. But I don't remember all the details of that, so.
Well, I mean, we're being told today that they've checked with
Right.
Chuck and they've done some research and talked to people. And the only requirement from a compliance standpoint, right now, that's bare bones minimum, is that we have that secured. How we secure it is, it can be a number of ways. It doesn't
I
have to be.
understand.
And so I think, yes, there's always going to be that potential, but the risk is low. As long as we assess the risk and we put proper mitigations into place, then I think we have an acceptable level of compliance that we can move forward with.
I understand the compliance, but we're putting a heck of a lot of money into fixing those water systems, right?
Or water first, yes.
Shouldn't we be doing everything we can to give ourselves peace of mind to protect it all and not have to go back and start from ground zero and have to spend a lot more money and not get a grant for that because it was done by vandals and we can't tell who they were?
Councilor Evans, I really appreciate where you're coming from, and this is something that I've thought through a lot as well. One of the things that came to mind for me is this. So first off, camera systems are reactive by nature. They are not preventative, right? They can't stop that vandal or that person from doing what it is they're going to do. It simply holds them to account. It makes them accountable. In reality, the financial piece you're really concerned about will be resolved through ideally insurance, right? That's how those things happen. And the issue with having cameras there isn't going to significantly change the outcome of what the vandal did or whether or not we catch that specific person as much as we really want to. And I think that's what we're purchasing there when we buy those cameras is that reactive ability to identify that person. But I have no reason to believe that we must have cameras in order to have insurance pay out or to demonstrate that there was a claim there. Many systems around the country have water treatment plants without camera systems. And so those are some of the thoughts that I had. It is reactive by nature.
Cameras can also help you catch people in the act.
Yes, there's certain cameras that will turn on a spotlight if they got motion, and they also send off alarm. You know, it's a small deterrence. It doesn't deter all of them, but it does scare away a few.
Seems like we got a lot of discussion on
It
cameras.
does.
Tonight. I mean, on my opinion, I'd be leaning towards putting it on bathrooms anyway. You're gonna have vandals, you're gonna have vandals.
Well, I was thinking the park bathroom part, you're gonna get anybody coming into the park at all.
Unless they walk in from the bridge.
Unless they walk in.
Well, these cameras,
There's a lot of ifs here, so.
Yeah, there is.
I mean, I'd rather, if I'm gonna wanna guard an asset, it's gonna be the water treatment, it's not gonna be the bathrooms, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And we're not guarding the bathrooms. I think it's more, for me, it's more about public safety. As a person who frequents that park often, I and my family members and other people that I know in this community have been, it's not a great place to be all the time. It's very unsafe at times. The people who are there and the dogs that they have that are not on leash and they're attacking you basically, it's quite frightening. And if we knew where those people were, what their license plate was, they're repeat offenders, right? They're there, and it's just not safe when we have children and other people who are using that park for just community services. And I think if you can catch the traffic that's coming and going, at least 85% of them, except for people on foot traffic, I think that covers significant ground for us. I think the water treatment plant, I think it is secured. I think we have it locked. At least I know that when I walk by it, it's locked. I don't think I've ever seen it unlocked.
We can talk about public safety. Do you have to think of drinking water is public safety?
I think the risk is we can't have zero risk and move
Oh, I
forward,
know.
right? You have to assume some risk. And I think if we did a risk assessment and really looked at it, I think the risk would be low. And I think as a reactive system, I think we would be able to target the individuals or whoever did it, and we could move forward from there.
There was a rate at a bathroom in a park within 6 miles of me. It's been a few years, but that park is no longer a state for the state park, and they decided to sold the land and got rid of it because of the risk of that rate.
So another thing that might have been helpful on here too is if we had like an overhead view of where these cameras were actually located.
Definitely.
Yes.
Right.
So, you know, got building, bathroom, park, where are they looking at to see if they're, you know, how they're covered.
Yeah, and something you do.
Right now, we're just saying 2 of these and 1 of these, and
Right, I mean,
who knows where they're pointing.
we've heard 180 degrees, 270 degrees.
Yeah. Like I said,
Did we get that though? Or was that only for the MC?
I think it was for here.
I just think at this time that there are a lot of questions and a lot of dialogue on this topic. I'm particularly curious about how, to Councilor Myers' point, how we power these things. What if the power goes out? The power goes out in this town. We all know that.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, exactly. But I also, you know, as far as the water treatment facility, you know, definitely see it as a security concern. And if there were something to happen right now, tomorrow, we don't have an ability to help the sheriff build a case or go back after somebody or know who did it, you know, not without extensive work by law enforcement, which is a different kind of cost. You know, I think there's other little pieces here to be addressed, like, and maybe this isn't totally relevant, but homeowners insurance. I tell my insurer that I have a security system, cameras, I get a discount. Maybe city insurance doesn't have that, maybe it does. I think there's some research to be done there. Maybe our insurer will, you know, give us a cut somewhere, maybe. So I'd say we keep moving along with the agenda before we run out of too much time, unless there's any final comments on cameras.
just one other one.
All right, TJ.
Okay, so what I think I'm hearing is that council, you'd like to know whether or not there would be any material reduction in our insurance rates and what that might be. if we did include a water treatment plant camera. Is that correct?
That, power cost or power backup,
And where it's gonna.
where's
You-
So those, I want to be really clear though. Those are in the weeds logistics that we would work out with our vendor. If you wanted to include an uninterrupted power supply, we have that in our contingency funding or our funds not allocated elsewhere to be able to cover something like that if we really wanted to. You could also increase the budget if you wanted to by whatever amount to go towards that amount. But I wanted to make clear that you could absolutely, tell us if you wanted to think about including both of these or just one of these moving forward, so that when we're approaching the 29th, by next meeting, we have an accurate number here. So we can certainly move along, but I was hoping to get some clarification from council tonight. One of these, both of these, neither of them. And as far as the nuts and bolts, that can all be worked out when the appropriation comes. Just some thoughts on that. Okay. So I wanted to spend a little bit of time. Some of this, again, is as a review of what we discussed last time, and we must go through this information for the benefit of the public.
Hey, TJ, 1 second. I think we're
Yeah.
still on the document. Do we want to vote on it or make a final decision here?
Well, I think timing is not against us right now, right?
Okay.
So that's kind of.
And can we just decide that, because all we're doing is appropriating funds. Do we have to be that specific? Like, can we make the decisions of where we want them later?
Yes.
Like pick one and then decide later where we want that, and then once everything's all sussed out. Yeah,
You're
have that.
appropriating dollars right now. Yep.
Yeah, because then that would give us the opportunity to go ahead and move it along without making the final decision. That's awesome.
So we're moving to allocate money towards the topic of cameras, not the finite rotation or other.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
So we need to vote on that. All right, I think we're all in agreement.
I think
So
so.
let's keep moving. All right, let's hear about reserve funds.
Okay. So we've talked a lot about this before. Our reserve funds are there for a couple specific purposes. They're all for long-term sustainability, not for routine operations. So that's for things like equipment, infrastructure modernization, updating our emergency resiliency, things like generators, long-term capital planning, and the stability of the city's financial position. These are updated numbers from all of the reserve funds that you have there in your budget. So the equipment reserve fund, which is intended for, of course, replacing equipment, has $15,031. The building reserve has currently $6,515. This would be the fund that you would think of when you're looking to match dollars for a grant to replace City Hall, for example. Park reserve. So making improvements to the park. This could include many different upgrades, but we have about 25,000 in there. Our water reserve fund. So this is specific to upgrading our water infrastructure. There's $187,000 in that fund. Similarly, on the wastewater side, we have 94,000. For our capital improvement reserve, so this is really designed for flexible capital spending, money that we can allocate to a number of different types of capital expenditures. It's about $34,000 in that fund. Our water bond reserve, this is intended for debt support. That's $54,552. And then, of course, our water system capital improvement plan reserve fund. That is there for major modernization projects. Now, remember, one of the things that we're going to jump into almost immediately when we're done with budget is the process of creating our capital improvement plan and aligning the projects based on what needs to happen in the first 5 years versus what might be pushed out beyond that time frame. These dollars can help the city unlock those projects, and the capital improvement plan itself will unlock those dollars. So any questions on, so I'm covering several funds in a specific category, just in a list format. But all of these are in your packet, beginning and in order with the equipment reserve. Any questions on these that you'd like to drill down into for any of those funds? All right. And I'll give you just a few minutes to look through all that stuff. The one other thing is, Dawn, I wanted you to speak just for a moment, if you would, about the 54552 with regard to the water bond reserve and the debt support.
Yeah, let me go over to that one. I believe that's the one where we have the additional 20 some odd thousand that we don't technically have to have in it.
Yep, exactly.
We only have to have 30,193, which is one payment's worth in there. So that additional money could be used elsewhere. It's the 24,359, and this is fund number 406, just to help you guys locate it as well. But yeah, that 24,359 could be used elsewhere if you see fit. We don't have to have more than that 3193 per our agreement.
So, for your knowledge, where that would most appropriately return to would be to the 601 fund, to the water fund. However, if you wanted to do that at a later date, you could do that by resolution. I want to make clear, this is not something that you must do before the new fiscal year. You don't lose your opportunity to do that later if you choose not to do it right now. We just wanted to make sure you were aware that there is an unappropriated ending fund balance in that water bond reserve UB form that you see there. And that is what that money is. It's unappropriated because we have no use for it in that particular fund. There is nothing wrong, of course, with passing a resolution later on after budget is complete, or you could direct staff to reallocate those dollars during the budget process.
When was this revenue bond, when is it due to be paid off? I know we've talked about this before, but I can't remember which one it was.
So let me pull that up. Is it 2030? Dawn, do you recall off the top of your head, or I can pull it up too?
I always get the two mixed up.
I know.
2033.
That's a review.
Don, can you make a short little memo to give to us at the next meeting of the water bonds?
What do you need, Councilor Evans?
When they
Hold on, changing minds.
had to get a different mic. Can you, Don, when you, sorry,
Go for it.
I'm sorry. Don?
So, Councilor Evans, what is it you're wanting to see? I guess, are you wanting the debt payoff schedule? What exactly are you looking for?
Don, you're coming in real low. For the next meeting, can you possibly give us a little memo of the water bonds and when they're up? When they end?
So, do you want the schedule? Is that what you're wanting?
The schedule of when they're due.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's
Yeah,
Maturity.
they're mature date.
Yeah, and I did have that in the folder for budget because we use those numbers, so I can definitely provide that.
Thank you.
So we can absolutely put a pin in this, and as I said, you can choose to pass a resolution, a transfer resolution, anytime after the budget season if you wanted to just wait and make that decision later on. I do not know why we have additional funds that were allocated to this account beyond what we were obligated to pay. I've looked back, I've tried to understand what prior administrations were doing, and I have no idea. But what we do know is that that is the total amount that we need in that fund to fully pay it off.
We can talk about it later. That's okay.
Yeah.
Get all that, TJ?
Probably not, we're having technical difficulties down here.
Generally, the consensus is to wait and just hold that money where it is currently.
So just again, review of our debt obligations. The annual payment on that, again, we have the one additional payment of $31.93. General obligation bond, that is there to support wastewater infrastructure. Our annual payment on that's about $137. Anticipated payoff is approximately $20.30 for that GO bond. So that's a little more clarification for you. And this is a refresher from last meeting that I wanted to keep in here because Mayor Sheets wasn't with us. And again, the big piece here was our major debt obligations are in good standing. And in fact, we actually have more funding than we need in our revenue bonds. So we're doing very good in our ability to service our debt. A review of the water fund. So total resources in the water fund are $705,660. This incorporates all of the minor revisions that we've made over these last few meetings. Again, just as a review, the 601 fund covers water treatment operations, all of our regulatory compliance work, the system modernization. So the $1.5 million infrastructure project that we're currently working on, emergency resilience work, as well as intake planning. So the intake and the modernization are actually working hand in hand. Both of those projects are actually moving forward in tandem. Any question on the 601 fund specifically?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. We have the stormwater fund, which is 609. Total resources there are about 147. And again, the key priorities there are drainage, ditch clearing, culvert maintenance, stormwater conveyance, and environmental compliance. A big piece of this is making sure that we're in compliance with our TMDL and our requirements with DEQ that says that we're keeping those drains clean and not clogging them up and not contaminating the environment.
Okay, so not to be nitpicky or anything, but I'm seeing $1 difference.
This one.
Yeah, so on what's printed out in front of us for the budget, the proposed budget, we have 147,943. On your slide, you have 147,942. So I didn't know if that was a typo.
So I typed this in, just making my presentation. Please refer to the budget. Well, I was hand coding this in while making this presentation. So that is the accurate. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. You know the last page. Oh, okay. Good. Very good.
I know. I see.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Why is the total for this coming budget fiscal year significantly higher than what half of the biennial budget was?
Yes, our costs do increase. Many of our costs increase at minimum by about 3%. Some of them went up, we expected, by 10%, and also we more accurately reflected what our costs are this time around. So we didn't have to make changes later on in the year, close to the end of the budget cycle. I think what you're seeing a lot of is inflation as well as better planning. Can you tell me what is the total amount that you're seeing? And I could also, if you wanted me to, also bring it up on my screen if you told me the page you're on.
I'm talking about the water treatment fund, 601. The total is 661. And then the biennial total amount was 928,715. And if you divide that in half, you get $464,357.50.
I see.
Look at the first single year preceding 23 to 24, it's 637,000. And then the year before that was 304, so it's like TJ said, a lot better accounting.
Hold on, I'm going to pull this up on my screen so everybody can see what you're referencing here. Okay, so you're really looking at our totals, right? This is kind of what you're thinking of here, right?
Kind of jumped all around the place.
So those are our resources, and then our requirements, I think that would be the piece that you're talking about. Also, just our costs, which is going to be about the same because they match. Yeah, so, you know, if you look at our total requirements in the prior annual budget we had, so we're going back to 2023 at this point, we spent 382,000. And over here now, what we're looking at is 472,000. So I think what you're saying is, wow, you know, it's almost a 25% increase or so above what we saw in 2023. A couple of other things to note, though, is that our distribution changed. We're more appropriately allocating staff time to other funds, like the 601 fund and the 609 and 610 fund. So we are seeing some increased share of some of those costs that we didn't see in the past. Also, we have inflation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I think I can demonstrate that a little bit better too. If you look at some of the line items themselves, you can just see that we're putting a little bit more money than we did previously. Like, for example, health insurance. We increased that by $8,000 alone, and that's a reflection of just some of the increased staff time as well.
We're good here, TJ. Let's
Okay.
move it.
Okay, so and then the sewer fund, 610, 428,556. This is the primary focus here is wastewater treatment. The pump station, our lagoon operations. We talked a little bit last time about what we do or don't need for additives and maybe additional infrastructure in the future, as well as pipe and equipment maintenance. So those are the daily operations of the sewer fund, keeping that wastewater flowing. Any questions on this fund?
You can tell me.
And then this is actually just a bit of a sneak peek. This will bleed into council as well, but we have a reconciliation that we'll look at when we get to the council meeting portion. With the next 35 minutes or so available to us, this is an excellent opportunity for council to direct staff to make changes to the budget and provide you with an update of where those dollars come from in order to rebalance. So if you wanted to include an appropriation that covers cameras to test out what that looks like, remember you get one more meeting before we must pass a balanced budget. And I also want to remind you that if you choose to make a decision right now, it is not etched in stone. The council has the ability to increase or decrease funds or reallocate funding within limitations if you do so during the annual year. So just, you're not locked in. So you can allocate money now and come back to the nuts and bolts later. Is there anything you want to direct us on?
And Counselor Evans, I just wanted to give you a piece of information before I give you the actual payoff schedule for the water revenue bond. It will be done in 2048. I actually did an overview at the very first meeting, and our debt summary is part of that, but I can definitely include the entire payoff schedule as well.
Thank you, Dawn.
Should we include the small amount for the cameras and then also the tools?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think we're making the recommendation.
Right.
Are you in agreement with that? Okay. Yes, I would like to say
Great.
that, yeah.
Yes, I agree.
And then we just need to change the one, do we need to change the $1 difference that we saw?
No, I don't
That's
think,
not
I think
it.
it's
Okay,
not,
okay,
it's
Okay, that's
correct.
It was just on the
Okay,
slide.
I just wanted to make sure.
between that and this, they're really just cents.
Right, and then the only other thing that was an issue was that we had that overage in the one account, but we can do a resolution later,
Later,
so we
yeah.
can just
We
leave
can do
it.
it across the year.
I'm comfortable with that position.
Yeah, we've done it before.
Can we do this without making a decision on the cameras?
We can allocate for it.
Yeah, we can allocate, but we
Allocate
don't,
the funds.
yeah, allocate the funds and then make the decision later. But at least the funds will be
Both
there.
cameras or? I
It'll
mean,
be
both.
I think
for,
it's for both cameras.
I would think, I would allocate.
there was one that was a larger amount, and
So-
one that was a smaller amount, so we didn't allocate the smaller amount.
In total, just, I did the math.
Okay,
For both sets of cameras at the water treatment and the park and bathroom, between subscription or monthly payment and buy-in is $20,412.
And add 20% of that if we don't. $4,000.
I know.
So, sounds like we're allocating approximately $21,000 for cameras and $5,000 for toolbox for public works. And we're leaving the money in the 601 fund as is.
Yeah,
for now.
for now.
Right now.
Then we'll get paid for this stuff later.
I was
Why
gonna
do
say, we
somebody
made it,
have
we
those
went public
cameras?
works.
Well, it's supposed to go
Almost
in the
21,000.
water.
Almost 21,000.
Okay, because I only heard 1,000 on the floor.
Oh, no.
That'd be a deal.
So I'm thinking, well,
Yeah.
Because of where the point is, we might be able to do it.
I think we're there.
Yeah.
I think so too. We in the vote portion of this adventure or discussion?
We need to vote on that.
I don't know.
I mean, we are just the committee, we're gonna make a recommendation.
Right.
Right.
The committee would approve the budget as is.
So you're not voting yet to approve the budget, but you can absolutely direct staff. And if you want to do that through consensus or vote, that's perfectly fine. But what you need to do is just tell staff what you want to see on the next budget so that we can include those expenditures and rebalance it.
Yeah, I think Councilor Feltes has done that for us.
TJ, to recap.
But one more
All
time.
right, to recap, TJ, I think the budget committee is directing staff to allocate approximately $20,412.76, rounded to $21,000 for ease, for cameras to the appropriate fund, and then approximately $5,000 for a toolbox to the, I believe, the Public Works budget. Additionally, the 601 excess funds for the water bond are to remain as is.
Okay,
Very good.
excellent. Don, I think that boils us down to everything. Was there anything left that I'm missing, that we're missing at all?
Not that I've taken note of, no.
Okay, so what we owe is a schedule of the water revenue bond so that you all have just a little bit more information for the next meeting. And then we owe you an updated budget with the $21,000 allocated for cameras and $5,000 allocated for the toolbox.
That's correct.
Okay. So, council, if you have any other budget questions, now would be a good time for those. If you don't, we could potentially discuss the resolution that you will be entertaining when the actual council meeting begins. But we talked about this during the last budget committee meeting too. So if you wanted to use your time, we could, or we could break. Do you have any further questions for us, though?
Doesn't seem like it.
Works.
I think we're gonna move to adjourn, TJ.
Excellent. For online folks, we'll stay on this meeting and continue to use this same link for the council meeting. And council, do you want to take a 30-minute break, or do you want to discuss the details of the transfer resolution? What is your preference next?
Sounds like folks in the room want to have a break.
Yeah,
Great.
I need-
5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30.
Well, we
It wasn't an option.
can't start our next meeting until when we set.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
So
right.
might as well.
Yeah.
29 minutes.
all right, we're gonna take a 29-minute long break.
Thank you.
28-minute long break. All right.
Good. Turn your mics off. Very good.
Well,
They have not printed them around. I'm trying to do it, just for your rating. Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah.
We're like,
You guys can go and put in your name and if you'd like, so we know who it's on.
No. I can't sit there. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. It's actually, we ended up, we got one was gonna pay off yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
right?
Appreciate that.
We did touring. Kind of did, we're down.
We take this kind of, we're all around the fire. He's gonna go up to some book music that well, I was not doing. I don't know that I've seen that.
I know where it is.
You mean Nigel is going to share the house with you?
26 counts.
Yes.
I had heard.
And there's always, oh yeah, one gets on there.
Yeah.
And there's my mother also lives on this property, she's 87, but very good. So she has a limited about.
Does anyone want the printout of the city council agenda? Okay. I got 2 extras.
It's a great website. And everybody stays on a good amount of time for years. And everyone's doing the background check and everything. So nobody's, out of so we had incredible, we did it for several years. We always chose couples who wanted to sit on our and so we had surgeons in Canada, and neurologists, really wonderful. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. And they're used to having. So now we just need to make sure that you're on a animal base. We have a regional doctor or something like that. And now we don't do a lot of new gym. Yeah. We had all that so we had a concert people and the
Oh my God.
many artists that I in World Ice and we were now starting to be our, everyone started laughing because Nigel was behind us. When we had the guest artist time, come get on stage and to know the movies and that.
Wow.
He's so full of confidence that he's now content. In the middle of the startup. Yeah. I'm not sure what all the words are. Yeah. Yeah. And everybody has people.
Oh, right.
Yeah, no, I watched all those.
And I think it's just,
Videos, and YouTube stuff, and they really think they are superior. And this, and then we are just trying to come to people who don't know how to jump up in the house, but we're just for a file. Food mostly, yeah, so we have our little teams. So our question about that was, we don't do that when we start. So we have wash rag, one wash rag. He puts his leg up when we're walking, so to say it's fun. And we were, when I left, you know, all the children had money, so I didn't want to get on that. And we searched for like every day, we would have taken some orange tags when we were Yeah, and there's so good on Facebook. How many will actually downstream? Okay, yeah, that's good. Yeah. So she put them on Facebook. And so like, these girls, their Facebook friends,
Oh my God. You're quite a salesperson.
yeah, yeah. So we got the cats and ever since, we moved right home. Yeah. Yeah. Each one is so special.
Your body needs it.
The signs are great. It's open every day.
That's dangerous.
Yeah, I'm gonna have the barn open next weekend. I did got that too. We have a little light switch on it. I'll have that on my phone. Okay.
The lighting here is just not.
We don't really need it today, but if
Well,
we're
it's nice to see the.
winter time and dark,
Right. No, there's some folks over there. It's like, and I know there are lights over there, but it's great. Probably do, they're probably fluorescent too.
maybe they're out,
They could be.
because the only light switches I see are over there. They're both off.
But there was another set of switches. They're in the kitchen or not.
Do you want to sign the stuff that needs to be signed, or is it too early for that?
I think we have to actually
And then Sunday.
vote and pass the consent agenda so we can sign that.
Even the checks, if there's checks?
I've been sent.
Okay.
I know.
And she's a florist. Go fiddle with light switches.
So is there a cost or do they donate or?
Did you already try these?
So, bundle.
Hey, that worked. All right. Yeah.
Well, that's another thing.
We know if that mic on the podium is live or not. Maybe.
Okay,
You know if that mic is live on the podium for public comment.
You want me to holler at you?
Turn it on or anything.
I don't know how to
I think it's just got a switch on it.
Hello, hello, can you hear me? I turned it on.
It doesn't
You have
sound
to-
any.
Well, it shined once, but now it's not. Go ahead and try it.
It's just for the.
It showed it might not be, battery's dead. It flashed on, then it went off, so. Is it rechargeable?
In worst case, we'll just grab one of the mics.
Then you have to pull the cartridge out there? That's what I would think initially, or maybe just one battery at a time. Just tip it, it'll slide. Maybe, maybe not. Do you have batteries here? Batteries, anybody? Double A's? I don't have any double A's with me.
Let me grab those, and so I can remember to have it new ones put in there for next
Yeah,
time.
because it flashed on for just a second. That was it.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you, guys.
Well, is there a cord for this?
Oh, he's grabbing, Brian is grabbing. We're gonna make it so that stretches.
Okay, but do we want to change her mic if her mic's not working?
Well, the light came back on after she cleaned it, so we should test it.
Oh, okay.
No, he was saying that one on the
Yeah.
very end.
Yeah, no, they canceled it.
where was I? There we
So anyway, there you go.
We're almost there. And almost a very, something on board for me, it's a very important thing. We can't book another show anywhere this year. Anybody here?
How you been doing, Brian?
Good, how about you?
Working. Ready to retire one of these days. Well, I looked at my budget. My income will drop. Well, after all my payments I have to make and all that kind of stuff, it'd be about $36,000 loss of income. So it's like, yeah, I think I'll keep working for a little while. Since I'm working from home, I just sit in my house and type on the
Can I
computer.
come see you?
So it's not too bad.
I mean, that's gonna be a side idea.
Oh, yeah, it's not hard there.
Definitely be lovely, but.
I always wanted to workshop. One of those ways of
Yeah, well, we'll revisit it.
We were just up with it. We were on the street talking about.
Oh, this is
It's every year.
crowdfunding, everybody was like.
I go budget is only like somewhere that we recognize it, right? Yeah. I know. I think our prices have overclocked. All year long. And then cities run this big giant thing. Oh, this
has that happened yet? No, it's next week. Friday and Saturday, I go Friday. All the, I can't take any more. Some cities, like bigger cities, their mayors, yes, that's on me. Not in the budget. And so in the outside. There's like, yeah, 6 members. We did our 5. It's from Janina. Almost over. I went next week.
Oh, yeah.
And there's 2 of the 6.
You can fill out an application.
I was
I would for some of the entities.
And then you're enabling.
Just long, yeah. They're looking over like,
And you can writing on the board, and that's hard, but you know.
had a hold of that.
I did not know that.
So, got closer to both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it goes to Benita.
Yeah.
But without making our.
And then we talked about it and decided.
Mayor sheet, how long have you been the mayor?
Yeah, it's sworn in January. So we're 5 minutes.
Oh, yes.
We're just talking about something.
Oh, yes. More detail. So I have, the mayor has 2-year terms. I'm on my 3rd term. Council are 4-year terms. Yes. Unless someone resigns and they get appointed like Councilor Cavell.
Well, we watch it tonight, but I was saying that the ideal number is 6.
6 councilors and myself, so 7. Yeah, there's no limit. Although Michelle will put a limit on it. No term limits for council or mayors.
And the security guards in years ago. And so we down the holiday.
We're gonna have a few public comment on the line too.
Quite a few people don't.
Hey, maybe that's what you do.
We'll start with the room. Then
Oh, one thing I forgot to mention, when I take notes, I think sometimes I'll write down what time it is, especially if we're changing our office. And then if I can back to the video, I want to know.
Well, I thought I read it.
I can find that.
Well, the original names are.
So like when we actually start, I'll probably work on first. And I will. This is
Well,
gonna
they
be
can't,
one
I
video.
got a email about it. So it's kind of like,
I know, I'm not saying that to brag, but it's just like, I'm not like, I'm just waiting for them to shoot it right.
You're right, 2 hours.
All my friends are on these, like,
I'm usually in bed around 7:30.
when it's Well, you are lucky because I do, and I'm going in tomorrow. I'm gonna go. I love it too, and everybody else is on it.
Somehow I got into Jackie Chan.
We're on. I just like.
That report was updated. That I have that I gave. I heard. Here or online.
It was, I think, one thing I do is I just, never had. And it was very common, and it turned around, had an app, and it had a rabbit, and it smelled. That's why I was asking, I can't remember, but I just know that. And the way it was moving, at first I thought it was a dog, and I'm like, where's the owner?
So then
Yeah, I
after.
see it all the time, it doesn't bother me.
Dawn and.
It was a cat.
Oh, yes.
You just see him there watching downstairs on TV.
I know, it's more.
Jerry knew they didn't work.
Or she's messing with me.
Well, yeah, you remember her there, like, yeah, all those other names that you remember. Oh, you're okay. Oh, so. There you go, there you
And then at the very end, like, I do all my advertising videos, I don't know.
All right, 8 o'clock.
Okay.
So we're gonna get started. TJ, can you hear me?
Well,
okay?
you know, I don't get out. No, it's my meeting day.
TJ, are you ready? Anybody here?
We are ready to go.
Okay, very good. All right, let's get started. All right, I'm calling the city council meeting to order for this Monday, June 22nd, 2026. Let's go ahead and stand for the pledge of allegiance. Harry, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so roll call here real quick. Councilor Wright. Present. Councilor Williams.
Here.
Councilor Evans.
Here.
Councilor Cuthbertson.
Here.
All right, Councilor Myers. Here. Councilor Kelly.
Present.
And Mayor Sheets is present as well. Okay, so we move into the fun part of the meeting, public comment. Who would like to start and introduce themselves? Go ahead, Brian.
Whatever. Whoever wants to.
Brian, you had your hand up. I'm gonna let you go.
You want me to go up here?
Yeah, please, if you could. Tell us your name and where you live.
Okay, my name's Brian Green. I live up on 9th Street. First of all, thank you guys for all the work. I know it takes a lot of time and a lot of it's thankless. I have two things. Orchard Street. The traffic on Orchard Street, AKA Coon Road, is crazy at times. Up there on 9th Street, people treat it like they're going into a pit stall at NASCAR race. I would like to see what it would take to make that a four-way stop. I mean, it used to happen on Commercial Street and Main Street. Years ago, they put in the stop signs up there and it slowed traffic way down. I've spent a lot of time out there this year and it's quite crazy. People coming up and going down. I know they put the reader board out there, But people see it and sometimes they pay attention, sometimes they don't. Not uncommon to see people doing 45, 50, 60 and faster. So is it something that could possibly be worked out with the county? I know it's a county road, 4 signs and 2 white lines might save a life. So that one, and another subject is the tall grass. When are they going to start making people responsible and abide by the ordinance? You can look out the window, you have 4-foot grass over there by the apartments. You have downtown, across from the high school, you have grass all over the place. How do we get it taken care of? Do you need a list of addresses, or is that something when they're reading the water meters, maybe they just put a little check and say, this needs to be addressed? There's places that have blackberries growing over the roofs.
May I ask for a question? You're talking about tall grass, the ordinance were to mow the adjacent public property.
No, their property.
Their property.
Yeah, there's property in town where there are literally blackberries growing over the top of the roofs of the houses, and your next door, it's their next door neighbor is, if it catches fire, it's going to be nasty. I don't care. They can only do so much.
I will break public comment here. I definitely suggest complaining. That would be a good start, but I know that Mark, when he is looking at the meter, when he's doing the meter and all that, he does look.
The only trouble about complaining is, why should neighbors have to be pitted against neighbors when there is someone that is physically going to that property once a month?
Right.
And all it takes is a check mark and say, hey, if you don't fix it,
Right.
it's going to get fixed for you, or however you guys are going to do it. A little bit of accountability to these people that, that see the ordinance and they could care less.
I understand.
We shouldn't have to pit neighbor against neighbor. Okay?
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Once again, thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, who is up next? Catherine, come on up. Tell us your name, although I've already kind of heard it out. And where you're from.
This on or off when it's red?
It's on.
Some are different, okay. Thank you, councilors and mayor. This evening, my name is Catherine Bisco from Philomath, Oregon. I'm here to speak in recognition and appreciation for the contributions of Janice Cook and her family to this community. Why the City Council? With no local newspaper and no other venue aside from social media, the friends and community partners of Janice Cook are here tonight to recognize and put on the record our appreciation for her more than 20 years of volunteerism, contribution as a leader, and as a foundational visionary of the South Benton Resource Center. As a former City Councilor of Philomath, I recognize community is not just about local government, but also the heart and passion found in our social services, serving the most vulnerable and often most needy in our communities. For Monroe, South Benton County, and nearby communities, these dedicated resources have been championed selflessly by a colleague and friend, Janice Cook. As a peer and program manager at Philomath Community Services in 2019, I was invited to speak in support of the development of the South Benton Resource Center when Senator Ron Wyden's team was invited to Monroe to assist with this community dream. What I remember most from that day was how powerfully and profoundly Janice Cook's leadership was emerging through her persistence. She simply would not accept no, whether finance, logistics, or programming challenges, and she brought an entire community alongside her to cultivate this vision. We watched in admiration as colleagues in the food services program space when Janice announced she had secured the purchase of the Methodist Church building. Then as she shared her plans to develop a commercial kitchen, and in awe of her skills in raising funds from donors and grants continuously. When she announced the name of the Kepi Naknek Center, she was positively ecstatic to bring a historical and traditional tribal nation acknowledgement to the name of the resource center. As Heritage Hall took shape, she gave tours sharing endless inspiration and achievements through partnerships for this musical and cultural arts center. But Janice's work didn't stop there. She aspired to accomplish that which few have achieved. What started as a focus on food programs quickly expanded to include a full portfolio of resources through social services partners. She connected South Benton County, the city of Monroe, and nearby community residents to additional resources, many of which were inaccessible to local residents. These included Benton County Health, AA, Vina Moses, CARDVA, CASA, the dental van, the backpack food program, education through English language proficiency, the food processing programs, and more. The Kepi Naknek Center became a major community gathering location, providing affordable meals and a coffee shop while expanding employment and skills training through entrepreneurship. Janice's outreach with programming to the Spanish-speaking community in rural areas is unprecedented through the Amigos de Monroe and the Casa Latinos Unidos. Her dedication and capacity for more is unmatched. She coordinated massive capital fundraising efforts estimated at more than $1 million to these programs, giving of her time fearlessly and ceaselessly to mentor others, to build trusted relationships with donors that supported not only the work, but perhaps more their belief and trust in Janice. The foundation of the South Benton Resource Center, its legacy and future rest firmly on the giant shoulders of Janice Cook, her husband Dave, and her daughters Caitlin and Callie Cook and Jessica Wright. Their contributions, dedication of thousands of hours, and commitment to Monroe and surrounding communities are inseparable from this legacy. Without their love for the people of the community and the immeasurable commitments, there would simply be no South Benton Resource Center, Heritage Hall, or Kepi Naknek. Mayor Dan Sheets, in a conversation about Janice Cook, shared with us a poignant message, which is, of all the things that we didn't have in Monroe, at least we had Janice Cook. For those of us in this space in our family, we thank you, Janice, Dave, Caitlin, Kelly, and Jessica. Your work has touched ours and hundreds, if not thousands, of others' lives. Robert, Catherine, and Rachel Biscoe.
Okay, who's next? Tell us your name. Well, we know where you're from.
R.A. Frankfurter, live up on Coon Road. Some of you know me, some of you don't. I will try to keep this under 3 minutes. I did time it, but I will speak fast. I'm also here to speak about Janice and describe the person I got to know over the past 4 or 5 years and the person I still know today. Lisa and I got to know Janice well back in November of 2022. We had scheduled a house concert of a world-class Celtic trio to be held in our barn, and we ran into a huge issue that the weather of the night of the concert was predicted to be approaching freezing. And so we had to scramble to find another venue. And it just so happened that Janice and the South Benton Food Pantry had just purchased the Methodist Church building, and she was giving tours of the building. And when she took us up to the upstairs Sanctuary Hall, it immediately became apparent that the space would be perfect to hold the concert. We asked Janice if we could move the concert there, just 2 days' notice. And Janice's immediate answer was yes. No stumbling blocks or formalities, hurdles, or obstacles, just a smile and yes. The concert went off without a hitch, a win-win for everyone. Janice and the food pantry raised quite a bit of money that night, and Monroe community got to enjoy some world-class music in a safe, warm, and comfortable space. Lisa and I subsequently held more successful concerts at Heritage Hall, and we got to know Janice and her work. She inspired me to become a member of the board of directors of the food pantry, and I undertook leading the efforts to transform the upstairs space, which was a kind of locked in the 70s there, into a beautiful venue to hold music and other cultural events. I saw others in the community flow in and expend their time and energies to all sorts of wonderful programs and projects that transformed and energized that building into a bustling, robust space where community could come together to serve their neighbors and be served by them. And this is the person I came to know and want to characterize. Janice Cook is not just a community leader in the ordinary sense. The person I have come to know is someone whose essence and being is entirely dedicated to service, feeding, and nourishing not just bodies, but hearts, minds, and souls. No hidden agendas, no ulterior motives, easygoing yet determined, welcoming, and inviting. Janice is all carrot and no stick. Just as she envisioned, the whole thing grew, and even especially under extremely challenging situations and difficult times that no one could have foreseen or been prepared for. But Janice never faltered. I never saw her display anger or frustration. I never saw her become demoralized or jaded. She persevered, and she did it all with a smile on her face and unflappable determination, encouragement, and optimism. In these past years, working and spending time with Janice, I not once saw any cracks in her character or had any reason to question her judgment or her motivations. Fred Rogers, which I grew up on, said, to find hope and safety during scary or challenging times, seek out the caring people in the world, such as the first responders, medical personnel, and volunteers. Janice is at her core and essence one of Fred Rogers' helpers. She is one of the truly deeply caring people in the world, and someone who I would seek and entrust myself and my family if I were in need. We all owe a debt of gratitude to Janice for what she brought and created in this community of Monroe. And thank you for your attention.
Okay, who would like to come on up, Lisa?
My name is Lisa Lynn. I'm Ari's wife, and we live on Coon Road near Bell Fountain Road. And first, I've been asked to read words from my good friend Marty Gradanis. She's traveling now and asked me to read this for her today. To the City Council, my name is Marty Gradanis, and I wish I could be present in person to give my heartfelt support for Janice and everything she's done for the Monroe community. Janice's vision and thoughtful leadership in acquiring and developing the South Benton Resource Center and Food Pantry cannot go without acknowledging the profound impact it has had on our small town. The South Benton Resource Center has provided free food for those in need and a place for community members to gather for music, fellowship, inclusive activities, and a safe place to enjoy delicious meals. The South Benton Resource Center has a commercial kitchen due to Janice's innovative fundraising and her family recipes. Every time I visited the cafe, her daughters were always hard at work cooking and serving members of the community. I volunteered during the wonderful Thanksgiving dinner that served at no charge to Monroe citizens. It was inspiring to witness Janice's commitment to serve those of us less fortunate. On a personal note, Janice has a warm, welcoming persona. She is also so humble and unassuming. I know that in the future, we will see her helping others and building community wherever she goes. I feel blessed to know such a kind-hearted individual. And my own experience with Janice concurs with all that we've heard so far. And I think of times when we put on a concert at the Heritage Hall, it's exhausting. And I would be exhausted, so exhausted, I would go down to the leftover potluck during the show just to rest. And she would sit there too, totally exhausted from her big day. And we would dip in or share a dessert or a glass of wine or something. And I just saw, with all the laughter and applause upstairs, that she would just be beaming. This was her vision. This was her picture of how everything would come together. And it was completely working and beautiful and fine. And it was just a dream come true for everybody. We had, square dances and cosmic meditation moon circles and just beautiful things. Anyone creative that could think of something, she was so welcoming to have us do this in her community center that she built. So I just know, and I know that wherever she goes in the future, just as much wonderful magic community will happen. So I just want to acknowledge and thank Janice for bringing that to our community.
So first of all, thank you, Mayor Sheets and councilors. I wish my printer worked. So I want to make this statement public and for the record for Janice Cook, so that it's so nice not to have to use social media. So to recognize Janice, it's helpful to know a little of her 20-year journey here as a member of the Monroe community. In 2005, Janice Cook was a young mother and she needed help to feed them. She got help from the Monroe Food Pantry, which was then run by the Methodist Church. 2 years later, in 2007, she was elected to serve as a member of the Food Pantry Board of Directors. She joined the board to help create the changes that she saw as being needed there. She had her voice and one vote, and that was enough. 5 years later, in 2012, the Monroe Methodist Church membership was shrinking and aging, and they could no longer provide the community meals and food pantry. So instead, they invited Janice to take it over. In 2013, the next year, with Arlene Looney, Janice filed all the paperwork needed to create a new nonprofit tax-exempt corporation, the South Benton Food Pantry. That same year, Janice completed 2 associate degrees at Lynn Benton Community College, one in biology and one in human development and family science. 4 years later, while still working as director of the food pantry, she earned a Bachelor of Science in Human Development and Family Science from Oregon State University. She still carries the burden of her student loan debt. 5 years after asking Janice to take over the food pantry and community meals, the Methodist Church asked Janice to step up again, this time to create a plan for the food pantry to purchase the entire church property. By November of 2022, Janice had negotiated terms with the National Methodist Organization and had raised all the money, $250,000, so the food pantry could purchase the church property. Janice has always been a collaborator. Her motto seems to be just say yes, and then she works to make things happen. She embodies the spirit of wanting to be the change that is needed. She developed working relationships, not only with the church, but also the Monroe School District, Benton County, Cardby, Vina Moses, Lynn Benton Food Chair, Benton County Health Department, the Dental Van, Old Mill Center for Families and Children, Casa Latina. The list is very long, and it was all to get services for the people of Monroe. She built close relationships with these partners to fill needs here in the community, and she welcomed everyone, including people who had to travel here to get what they needed. Janice Cook has been a fearless advocate for our community. She traveled to Washington, D.C. in 2012 and again in 2017 to lobby the U.S. government and clearly tell the stories that brought much needed support. In 2018, she organized an event here in Monroe City Hall, which was attended in person by U.S. Senator Ron Wyden and other dignitaries to focus on local needs. In all, she has raised close to $1 million to support our community, to purchase and renovate the Benton County Resource Center facility, to replace the food pantry building, and to develop successful programs. Janice and her family volunteered hundreds of hours for the South Benton Resource Center. They were there painting, sanding, hauling, fixing, building, cooking, decorating, and expanding possibilities for our community. Janice built a safe space where everybody knew they were welcome, and they got help, they got information, and they got support. She built lasting relationships based on trust and respect. Janice is always the first to remind us that she did not do this alone, but we all know it wouldn't have happened without her. The South Benton Resource Center and its program stand as a living tribute to Janice. We are here to honor her and her family and to recognize the outstanding work she has accomplished in Monroe. So thank you, Janice, and thank you, Mayor Sheets and City Council members, for this opportunity to share information with you for the public record.
Anyone else? Come on up. Tell us your name and where you're from.
My name is Delia Hammond, and I live on Coon Road, not far from RA and Lisa. And again, I thank you for this opportunity to present in such a positive spirit the life of Janice. She's an amazing person. Everyone loves Janice, right? Her beautiful smile and her can-do attitude, they're like a breath of fresh air. She, as we have heard, has a great passion for the Monroe community, which she has clearly demonstrated with her big, tender heart, her listening ear, and through her love and care and concern for others. She is indeed tenacious, very strong, determined, and devoted to this community and her family. I first met Janice 5 years ago when we moved to Monroe. We attended and still do, the United Methodist Church, and we learned from John Dillard of Janice's vision for the food pantry and for buying the church building and turning it into a resource center. And as people who are passionate about feeding people and also passionate about churches really being not just empty buildings, but restoring them to being the real true hub of a community. It was just so refreshing to walk into Monroe and into that church and to hear of this amazing vision that Janice had. And her vision was just incredibly contagious. So we literally jumped in with all 10 feet and became very, very involved. Janice is incredibly creative. She has so many ideas, but she's also incredibly grateful when something, however big, however small, comes to fruition. She is always, thank you so much. Thank you so, so much. I really appreciate it. The community appreciates it. Over the years, I've sat with her as she's written the grant applications, and I drove to Newport and attended the Oregon's legislature budget planning meeting with her, where we both pitched for the food pantry and the resource center. And I've worked with her on numerous projects. I count her as one of my dearest friends. And I will continue to be an ambassador for the South Benton Resource Center and aim to keep her vision alive for this community. Thank you for this opportunity.
Anyone else? Come on in. Tell us your name and where you're from.
My name is Michelle Bouvier-Amiot, and I live just south of town. I have a great respect for all these articulate friends of mine who've come up here and spoken about Janice and her accomplishments. They're pretty spectacular as far as I'm concerned, but my knowledge of Janice is a little bit different. She and I have I have been able to confide in her and speak to her about things that were important to me in my life that sometimes felt a little bit uncomfortable. She's always been a welcoming soul, and she has a big heart, and she gives herself to people on a regular basis. She gave so much of herself to turning into a cool old building into a thriving community center where everyone is welcome, as has been said before, where Alcoholics Anonymous meets, where meditation happens, where concerts happen, game night, Halloween parties, Christmas parties, just a place where I have seen a diverse group of people from Monroe coming together to be part of a community, square dances, music, craft fairs. And I really believe, as everyone else has said, that without Janice and her determination and her relationship building skills and her ability to reach out and connect with people, that none of that would have happened, certainly not to the degree that it has happened in this little town. So I'm hoping that a recognition for her contribution to our town would be forthcoming. And I am so grateful that I got to know her. Thanks.
Anyone else? Thank you all very much for sharing. Any other public comments?
Anyone online?
Okay, go ahead and move on. All right, thank you. We're going to go ahead and, TJ, if you're ready, we'll move on to staff reports and updates.
Yes, indeed, Mayor Sheets. So I have in front of me here the agenda. And we will we'll begin with staff reports. I wanted to ask if we have a member of the Benton County Sheriff's Office in the room.
We do, yes.
I'd like to go ahead and prioritize their time, if that's okay with council and the mayor. We could call them up and let the deputy provide his report first.
Give him just a moment, he's coming right up.
Hello, Mayor Sheets and councilors, appreciate being here representing the Sheriff's Office. As always, want to start by saying that we're grateful to be a part of your community. In the reviewing that I've done of the monthly report, many of the same calls, welfare checks, slight disturbances, sometimes things with juveniles. Something that there are several of on there are crashes. They have been on 5th Street. I think the ones that we have, they state injury. There were some minor injuries in several. I think it's a matter of distraction and combination of speed. If you'll notice on there, we are attempting an uptick in traffic control and initiating stops and things of that nature through either education or enforcement. In regards to the citizen complaint that we just heard about Orchard, that's something that I'm going to pass along immediately. One thing that I would think might be a good idea is I can speak to Lieutenant Botto, who is in charge of that radar unit that we put up. Something that people may not know is that does collect data, and that data could be used to, talk with the county about such things. And also in regards to the traffic control, where we do patrol and we go through the neighborhoods and check hot spots and things like that, but a lot of that is focused on 5th. But I'll pass along that Orchard is also a priority that needs recent action. Other than that, we are seeing an uptick countywide in crashes, especially on the highways. So it's something that we're prioritizing. I think last week there was a day where there were 3 within several hours of each other that were speed related and things like that tied up a lot of resources. So that is a big priority of ours. But other than that, if there are any questions, I'm happy to address them, and appreciate you guys' time.
Questions?
For the record.
I'm Briggs Savage. Absolutely.
Sorry, I should have introduced you.
I see two reports for, I guess one's a patrol, one's a news report for abandoned vehicle. The one's dated 5/23 and the other one's dated 5/21. Is that the same vehicle?
I believe so.
Okay.
I can't remember if that was on 6th Street or the 600 block of.
600 block.
Yeah, I believe that was the same one.
Yeah, it looked like it was the same. I just wanted to confirm because if we're having multiple abandoned cars.
Totally.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
thank you.
absolutely.
22nd of May, Officer Devin Housekeeping.
Uh-huh.
He just has 3 hours. There was no activity
Mhm.
documented.
Yeah, sometimes what'll happen is, depending on the hour is very prevalent, because there can be times, and it does happen often, that if somebody's spending time in the, like late at night, early morning hours, there might not be any contacts or traffic stops. But otherwise, we address those as we see them, but not always happening.
3 hours is a long time to have no activity, and there's several times on here, Lochner has one at
Mhm.
20. We have 2 on 5:20.
I'm sure I do as well.
I would expect to see some activity.
Mhm.
Well, you're standing for Hobbs, kind of 40-hour 10 stops.
I know, but out of those 10 stops, we only have one site for arrest.
Mhm.
He's got 3 sites on.
Any other questions for Deputy?
Are you seeing the crashes in Monroe, like an uptick? Maybe I'm just missing them.
On the highway, but I will say it can be hard to find in the 3 or 4 pages, but I believe there's 2 in there that state MVC injury is what that would be categorized as. One might have been a mishap with finding the accelerator as opposed to the brake, but at least one of those, like I said, was due to either speed or distraction right there on Fifth. So.
Yeah, the accident vehicle there. Yeah, you're right.
Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you. I appreciate you and your time.
Have a good evening. Good night. Okay. We'll go ahead and swing back to TJ. Staff reports. Wouldn't blame him if he wasn't asleep.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and give my report, and then I'll turn over the mic to both Dawn and then Mark, because they're both with us tonight online. So the core focus, obviously, of this past month has really been budget preparation, and as a part of that, organizational planning, water infrastructure, project development, which has been a large chunk of this past month as well. In addition to making sure that I continue to prioritize planning projects, and most importantly, policy matters that we have in front of us with the state or regional partners. So with budget development, the primary focus, of course, has been dialing in the budget with accounting specialist Flora. We've been, of course, refining meeting schedules, ensuring that our funds and structures and expenditures are in line, and of course carried that through the budget committee throughout this month. We completed a comprehensive review of the city's organizational structure. We also evaluated roles and responsibilities, and we've also looked at that FTE allocation, payroll distribution, and departmental workload over this past year, to get to the point where we have demonstrated a budget and an allocation that's really going to work for us. Those are things I'm really proud of over this past month, and also the teamwork that we've had is something to really be proud of as well. With regard to water system planning, I've been working very closely with my public works team, as well as with Oregon Health Authority Drinking Water Services and their regulators to respond immediately to their inquiries, as well as to all of the efforts that we have been asked to complete. That includes Mark working with the circuit rider to have a meeting with them on site, all the way through responding to their questions and requests, and ensuring that we're doing the things that they tell us to do. Another big piece of this month has been getting to the point where we have a draft RFP ready for the 1135 committee, which will be meeting in July. So as you know, we're taking down the dam. We're going to have a new water intake. And as part of that new water intake, we also have water system improvements tied to the TTHM, the TTHM issue that we have. So all of that has been also working in the background, making its way to this July meeting with the 1135 committee coming up. I've continued to coordinate with our consultants and regulatory agencies and public works staff, just ensuring that we have all of the different requirements, permitting, and collaboratively in line. That kind of brings me to the Monroe drop structure. We've been working very closely with the Army Corps of Engineers, with adjacent property owners. That's been a heavy component of my work over this past month, ensuring that we've identified property owners and are working with them on any concerns that they have, and there are some at the moment, as well as making sure that I direct city staff to support those efforts, and there have been several instances of that as well. I want to say thank you to both Don and Mark, as well as the entire team. So really, I've been preparing a lot of technical materials and ensuring that we are ready to move forward quickly, because when the 1135 committee begins meeting, we're really getting in line for design and construction related questions. Now, finally, the final two pieces with planning, we've been prioritizing, of course, projects that have statutory deadlines. I wanted to note that the food pantry project was withdrawn at the request of the applicant, and that project will likely be moving forward in a different flavor, a different variety, and I'm working with the applicant to identify what that will be exactly. We're continuing also to work on policy and procedure matters. So that includes things like development review, our infrastructure responsibilities, and our long-range planning considerations. Most of that really touches on Long Tom Watershed Council, things like our green stormwater infrastructure in a grant that's wrapping up right now, as well as budget closeout and requirements that the city must have done before the October deadline on that grant. So I've been working with Business Oregon very closely, as well as the Long Tom Watershed Council, to make sure that we close that grant out appropriately. And we're having to button up a few things, including an updated MOU, which you'll be seeing a little bit about tonight, which needed to get fixed over this past couple years. Aside from that, it's been a lot of organizational coordination. And again, I wanted to just thank staff. This is a job that requires a team, and I've got a really great team, and I appreciate them. Are there any questions on my report before I pass it over to Dawn for finance?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Dawn, you're up.
Yes. Good afternoon. A lot of what I'm going to discuss is repetitive, so I'll keep it brief. Like TJ said, we spent a lot of our time on the budget this month, beginning balances, making sure everything was tied properly to the spreadsheet, FTEs were appropriate. Just everything that went into the budget was very labor intensive, along with the council review of the court dissolution, which we spoke about earlier this afternoon at our budget committee or budget hearing. Other than that, I've been spending some time training our new staff member, Leslie. And there's not a whole lot else to go over other than daily tasks. So.
Thanks, Dawn. Does council have any questions for Dawn?
No, I guess not.
Just a thank you.
Yes, a big thank you.
All right. And Mark, I don't know if you can unmute yourself. I'll go ahead and bring your report up if you want to go ahead and talk to us a little bit about what you're doing this month.
Oh, I am unmuted and now I'm seeing double. I got 2 of my reports up. Sweet. First, I want to thank Brian for coming in and bringing up the weed issues. To answer your question, Brian, yes, during meter reads, I do annotate these things on the meter read list. Give that to Dawn, and I think they get put on the bill from there. But I will be moving forward with starting to knock on some people's doors. I have noticed it too. Last week, I reached out to some of the vacant lots that are overgrown, and it was told that a couple of them will be knocked out this week, and then third would be as soon as possible. So that is an issue I see as well, and I'm working to get that taken care of. Thanks for bringing it up.
Brian already left, so we'll need to pass that word along to him like tomorrow.
Okay, well, that's for council to know as well. I understand, and I know that is an issue, and I'm working on it. Next, so water system. TJ mentioned the circuit rider visit and the following OHA responses and stuff. So we have had a corrective action order placed by OHA to implement a flow-paste chlorination at the water plant. So right now, basically, our chlorination is kind of set the pump and kind of adjust it to the residual chlorine that we have leaving the plant. So they want us to look into getting that to a flow-paste system that'll automatically adjust with the flow of water being pushed through the system. So I've gotten started with OAWU to kind of look into that, start getting pricing and things like that, as well as trying to get some kind of number for our optimal dosing for our ACH, the aluminum chlorohydrate that we use as a coagulant. I had jar testing scheduled for last week, but Sam with OAWU found out that their jar testing machine was out at the coast, the North Coast. I think he said Astoria, so he's picking it up early this week, and we will be hopefully meeting towards the end of this week to do that jar testing. I have also scheduled my next water treatment exam for next week, and hoping I knock that out, and then I'll be certified in all 4 areas of water and wastewater, and wish me luck.
Good luck, Laura.
Thank you. Moving forward, wastewater treatment. I've did a little bit of my my CEU stuff. I completed one overall big section, but it was broken down into 3 sections for tertiary treatment and treatment plants, and got myself 3.5 CEUs and 35 contact hours for that. So I plan on keeping up with the Sacramento State stuff for water and wastewater. And I'm also going to be talking to TJ in one of our meetings about starting to get Jake on those as well, so he can start getting those knocked out, and that'll help him eliminate some of the time he has to wait before he can start taking the actual certification exams as well. Onto facility maintenance and stuff. So we had a stump at the park that I'm sure many of you already knew about, kind of right in the middle of our loop. It's never really seemed to be too big of a problem until the last probably, I'd say 6 months. It's been hit about 4 times. Once by staff and then a couple pedestrian or civilians, and one of them was even kind enough to leave us their license plate. So I gave that to law enforcement, was able to get it back to them. We have been asked by the library to look at kind of taking over the mowing responsibilities for now. I was at the library today to post something, and one of the library legacy fund folks was there and was talking to me about it, and she would prefer, and she's grateful that we are willing to do that for the time being, but she would really like to move forward with finding a contractor to do that permanently. But basically, I had 2 employees out there. I had Jake and George both out there. Took them 40 minutes total. They used the new riding mower, the weed eater, the leaf blower, and we guessed, approximately about 2 gallons worth of fuel between all those pieces of equipment were used. I've got Nutrien Ag Solution coming in a couple days to start putting down dust control, so we can get the dust out of town. And lastly, the Kubota L3902, my new tractor that was in a little bit of a mishap, has been torn down, put back together, and is running absolutely perfectly. We've put some hours on it in the last couple of weeks since we got it back.
Very good.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mark?
What do they have to do to the tractor?
Basically, it was hydrolock, so they had to basically tear it all the way down. But the side that it laid on, they had to break down and look into the emissions control, make sure no fuel or oils were in any of the emission system.
How much did that cost? I mean, because we were looking at like potentially.
It turned out to be a lot less. That's really, Mark, you can go ahead and let them know that.
I can't remember the exact number. Don, can you chime in on that?
It was about $3,000.
I was gonna say, yeah, it was.
So that was a lot less than we were anticipating, or potentially anticipating.
I did find out that Mid Valley Tractor was quoting worst case scenario.
Okay. Understood.
Mark, any lessons learned from that incident?
Yes.
100%.
In doing the library, the landscaping there, maintenance, does that include the easement area between the sidewalk and the street?
No, basically right now all we're doing is mowing the main lawn, keeping that down. In years past, I have never touched the sidewalk easement there. That's always actually been a volunteer in the city, and I'm not sure if she has stepped away from doing that or not, but I did notice the other day that there are quite a bit more weeds there than usual. So I'll try and find out some of that information.
Well, she's actually here tonight, Mark.
I was noticing Wednesday when we came back into town that it looks like grass or some sort of weed that's growing really high, like about 3 feet. Yes, I'm gonna have to do a little work, and I have another woman helping me.
Okay, very good.
I have been working for another woman who has not been in her own yard for 2 years.
Oh, wow, okay.
I'm
You've
busy.
been busy. Yeah. Understood.
I was
Yes.
just asking because of the public comment earlier.
About the tall grass.
Yes. Well.
Again, Larita,
There is tall grass that has been planted there in the water.
Yeah, ornamental. Yeah, ornamental, yeah, exactly, yeah.
But this looks like it's growing in amongst the lantana that's growing there. There's no lantana. Looks like lantana. That's what
I've
we
got the
call
tall
it.
grass in my house too, it's ornamental
Yeah.
by the lawn.
Well, I would have to go, it's okay, explain to you. It's okay.
We
I
can
was
sidebar
just
that.
saying, the only reason I'm saying this is because of
Oh, yeah, no, of course. No. Thank you. Anything else for Mark?
Yeah.
Oh, go for it.
Mark, on the grass, once again, I know at the beginning you talked about some phone calls you made. Have any written warnings gone out? Usually like the one of the.
not yet. We kind of like to see if we can get it taken care of before we go the written route, but written route is the next step.
Great, thank you.
Do people get warnings when the easement area is overgrown?
You mean like in other locations besides the library?
Right.
Well, technically, you own that piece of property up to the curb,
What,
so you're
right,
responsible
but
for it.
there's a lot of places in the
That
city
aren't doing it.
Right.
And
And
actually,
down in the ditch area.
and I think we even
And it's
have,
actually growing higher than the ditch.
we might even still have an ordinance in place that public property next to you, like an alleyway, you're responsible for doing that.
I
I
was
know
wondering if
there
people
was an
are
ordinance
getting
passed
warnings
quite a
or
few years ago, and I don't know if it's being returned.
getting
But like, public property next to you, if you're adjacent to, it's not developed, you're responsible for mowing that. But I don't know if a lot of people know. What's that?
So you have to be careful with that, you start getting eminent domain, you start doing that, so you take care of a piece of property over a certain amount of time.
It just depends on how it's written. But,
Anyway,
I was just wondering.
it's no longer eminent
There's a
domain, it's
lot.
adverse possession.
not very well.
Anything else for Mark?
Just good luck, Mark.
Yes.
I
good
was
luck.
just wondering if they were
You
getting,
got this.
if they were being contacted. That's all.
Thank you.
And the one thing about eminent domain, it cannot be against public property. Only against private properties.
Don't answer my question. It's not important. But I wanted to know if they were getting contacted.
Okay. Is Mark still on the line?
He said that he talked from.
I'm here. Who are you asking?
They were and talk to them. The people that aren't mowing the Easton area. He said that 3 people with the field that weren't, had property that weren't built on. So what about the people that aren't mowing their easement, the area by the street?
I can make contact with all of you.
I want to know if they're getting notified, if he's
Oh,
talking to them.
Mark, you got really quiet there. Maybe you could repeat that.
Sorry, can you hear me?
It's better.
You can hear me?
Yeah,
Yep.
we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I will make contact with them too. I'm not sure exactly which easements you're referring to right offhand. But I know Ash Street and the Orchard those are owned by the county, and I have a counterpart over there that I talk to frequently. And I bring those up pretty regularly. So I'm still working to get the county out there, and I've also let some of the citizens in those areas know too, like if they're not capable of mowing those ditches, a lot of people do, that they can also feel free to reach out to the county as well. But as far as our easements, I will reach out to people.
I didn't want them, our ordinance is not managed, never mind. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mark.
you're welcome.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on. Everybody's good with that. Looks like we have the consent agenda up next.
That is correct. I'll go ahead and move over to that while you guys get
And
that.
council, there are 2 months worth here because we had, there was a printing issue last month. So we do have both April and May's information in here.
There's a lot here.
Yeah, that's great. Whoa.
Dawn, do you want to provide some high-level updates that you think are important for council while they just review the packet for the consent agenda, the finance piece?
Let me look and see what might be more important here. Just a moment. I mean, really, the main things I'm looking at when I look at the transaction journals themselves, which is our general ledger. What I'm looking at there is that if there's any transfers in, they equal the transfers out. Same with deposits and withdrawals. I just make sure that those equal each other. Those are huge things to watch, and that's towards the end of the report. These are just every transaction that happens during the month. So really, I'm looking at the high level information, that report right there, that page. The deposits equal the withdrawals, which is perfect. That's what we want to see. Same if there's transfers in, you want them to equal the transfers out. So, and you can see the IT in and IT out. Towards the in there of that report, it says they're both 28, 235, and 16 cents. So that means that things are aligning the way they should. With our treasurer's report, that really is mainly payments coming in. With that, I'm just looking at the totals, making sure that it seems within reason for what we accepted during the month, but it has every transaction in there, and I'm doing my till reconciliations, so I know that they match what we have in our system. APs, that's just looking at all the accounts payable we had the month prior, both paid via ACH and check run. This is just really a double check of what, TJ reviews that I do each month. Just the overall picture of what we're paying out and what those amounts look like and who we're paying to. And then we have our minute summaries for both months as well, for April and May. Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot more to it. It's pretty.
That was perfect, Dawn. Does council have any questions? You do have 2 months in front of you. And again, that is largely because you only saw half of that last month with the printing error. We wanted to make sure we were fully up to date. Dawn, thank you for the overview. We'll give you a few minutes to look it over, see if you have any questions for us.
I'm not making the purchase of the tractor. Yeah, you double check it out.
Here's another thing. It's got the same thing.
Good. Or you want to go ahead and ask her?
No. I think I just saw it twice. No, I won't see it again.
You see it done?
Yeah, I had to put my glasses back on.
No big deal.
Now that we have the numbers for the month.
And it's the same transaction, just it's not doing anything.
Oh. They're yours.
No, they're there. It's there. They're here. It's the voucher versus the junk.
That's the dates.
Yep.
No, don't do it. Okay, do we have any questions on the consent agenda? We're still I know there's a lot. Okay, well, entertaining a motion. Whenever we're ready.
We're talking about the Columbia Bank.
Yes.
Need a motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let us know when you're ready. We can actually move on to minutes if you're done looking at the treasurer's report and all the finances. Just a quick review. We had the city council meeting minutes from April. Those are provided in the packet. Remember, of course, that you do have all of the recordings available online to go with these minutes. These minutes are really for written documentation only, but they are and should be accurate as well. So if you want a motion to approve the entire consent agenda, minutes and finances together, that might be the next step.
I think that's what we're.
Do they need to do both months separately, TJ, or can they just approve the entire consent agenda as one?
My preference would be, just as a matter of procedure, to do them separately. Thank you, Don. That's kind of what I was getting at poorly. Just because we needed to circle back and make sure that we approved last month's, which did not happen on the record.
So we need to make, okay, well, I'll try this out. So I'm gonna make a motion to accept the consent agenda for the month of May.
I'll second.
Okay, any comments or questions? This is on the May one. Correct.
It's the May meeting of April.
Financials for April and May. And then just the meeting minutes for May.
Make a motion to accept the consent agenda for financials for April. I did May.
Second.
I did May.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question. Can we have two motions at the same time?
No, I would prefer, if possible, if you would go ahead. Technically, you can have multiple motions on the table at once. It's not the end of the world, but it would be great to start and end one at once for the minutes.
Okay, so we'll go back to the first one. For Councilor Ray with the May
Consent
agenda.
And the minutes.
And the minutes.
Financials.
And Councilor Williams seconded it. So there are no questions. We're going to vote on that. So Councilor Ray.
Yes.
Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Councilor Evans.
Yes.
Councilor Cuthbertson went home. She was not feeling well.
Yes.
Oh, you are here. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Myers.
Yes.
Councilor Phillips.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's the first one. Okay. Now we're going to go to the second one, which was the April consent agenda. Correct. Okay. And the financial. And that was Councilor Ray motioned, and Councilor Williams, you seconded that one as well? Oh, Councilor Williams. Okay. All right. There are no questions. We're going to vote on that one next. So, Councilor Ray.
Yes.
Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Councilor Evans.
Yes.
Councilor Cuthbertson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Myers.
Yes.
Councilor Phillips.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Okay. I think we got it.
Yes, sir. That's excellent. Thank you.
All right, moving on to next item on the agenda is discuss staff titles.
Yes, thank you. So as y'all were discussing at the last budget committee, and Mark and Don were both with us then, we want to update the line on the budget to more appropriately reflect the titles. Both Mark and Don have been acting in supervisory roles for some time now. And with that being more official this budget year in particular, I think there was a recommendation from council to more appropriately title both of those positions. You asked Mark and Don to be here so that they can comment on that tonight, and so they're both here to have that discussion with council.
All right.
Lay it on.
So, Don, what do you think an appropriate title would be for you?
So I've done a lot of research, and I think was mentioned at the personnel committee. There are so many different titles that could really describe the different things that I do in my role. But one that I came across that probably pretty appropriately fits it was city recorder / administrative services manager and or supervisor. So that would be an option. But once again, I leave it up to council and TJ as to what they see fit. There are a lot of different titles out there that kind of encompass all these different pieces that I'll be taking over and or working more into. So that's just an option, but really we do trust you guys and TJ to come up with an appropriate title.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that title again? It's awful long.
Yeah, so that's the thing. So city recorder / administrative services manager and or supervisor. And that was just one of the examples I ran across that kind of encompassed the different pieces, but that is a large amount of words. So if you find something that, or a piece of that or part of it that you feel is appropriate, that's fine as well.
Can you say it again?
Yeah, city recorder / administrative services, either manager or supervisor. And really, one or the other could encompass the other responsibilities as well.
I think administrative services manager is an appropriate title.
I think CRAM, CRAM, city recorder. Administrative.
You gotta make an acronym out of it, don't you?
Yeah.
Just because that can still be in the JD, right? It doesn't necessarily need to be in the title. That is a very long, cumbersome title.
Yes.
I think administrative services manager kind of encompasses all the administrative stuff and the financial aspect as well.
Yeah, because city recorder is kind of an administrative service. And ASM.
Supervisor or manager, fine with me.
If you make her administrative services supervisor, the acronym wouldn't be very nice.
True.
We're gonna go with manager. We like manager. How about you guys?
For me. As long as it fits well in whatever Mark says. If you matter.
Managing isn't always people. It can be systems and processes and people, right? So there's different budgets. Yeah.
Okay. Shall we move on to Mark next? Mark?
Yeah, so what did we land on there? Was it administrative services manager? What did we land on? Or supervisor?
That's correct.
I believe so.
The ASM, right?
ASM.
Yes,
Correct.
we love it.
I think that's the better option there. Okay.
All right, Mark, are you still on?
I am on. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yep, we can hear you.
All right. Hold on. I got a kid coming out of his room trying to be loud. Hey.
Oh, just.
Sorry. Anyway, I did a little research.
Go for
I did a little research on this as well and talked with a few people. I don't know how council feels about lead, trying to change things, but talking with the people, they said lead sounds good for the position I'm in. But a couple others that were mentioned would have been public works supervisor or public works superintendent. We talked about manager, but manager didn't really sound public worksy, to say it in a way. Basically, something that sounds like if I'm out working or if I'm out interacting with citizens, I want it to kind of seem like I'm not just in an office role. I don't sit at a desk all day. I want these people to see my title and say, oh, this guy actually works too and knows what he's talking about. So I feel like if we're gonna change anything, if we could go, if superintendent or supervisor I think are something that would be all right with me. But again, the way, same thing Don said, whatever council and city administrator see fit, I'll be okay with.
I like the superintendent.
Sounds more.
Well, it covers more than supervising people.
Yep.
Right, he's the head honcho.
Keep that in there.
Be careful with certain titles, they'll come back.
Yeah. PWS.
All right.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, sounds like public works superintendent.
Copy.
All right.
Well, that'll start reading.
See what happens when you get the input.
Yeah. It helps.
And if we're done with the titles, I think we are. Mark, I want to ask you if it's okay to hang out for just an extra couple minutes when we talk about the landscaping at the library.
I will be here.
Okay. And
And
Don,
TJ and council, do you have anything else of me, or am I good?
I was just about to tell you, if we don't have anything more for finance. I just want to confirm, council, do you have anything else on the name topic, or are we settled with administrative services manager and public works superintendent?
I think we're good.
Don, have a good night and thank you.
Okay, you guys too.
Good night. Here, hi.
Bye, Don. See you tomorrow.
Okay.
So next up is what you just mentioned, TJ. Discuss the feasibility of landscaping at the library.
Mark, I'd like for you to kick this off. Can you give us a very quick 30-second review of how we got to where we are and a little bit about your thoughts on the matter?
Absolutely, yeah. So we relieved or relinquished the library back over to the Benton County, and Roger Irving was running everything
Mark?
over there. And yes,
We may be having a problem with the speaker. It kind of goes in and out sometimes.
Uh-oh.
It might just be the speakers, but anyway,
I don't know.
okay.
You got
then
quiet.
Anyway, could you start from your explanation again? Sorry, and try to speak up?
yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Yeah,
that sounds
go
good
ahead.
now.
Okay, so when we relinquished the library back over to the county, did it do it again?
Yes. Yeah, but keep going.
Keep talking, just keep talking.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to hold the laptop up and clear, but anyway, Roger Irving was running things, and they contracted a not so reputable landscaper to come handle the landscaping duties at the library. Some of you may know this company, but they ended up not showing up as expected, and Roger reached out to me and asked if we would look at possibly contracting to mow the library for them, either indefinitely or as an interim while they found a new reliable contractor.
Got it.
Perfect. And so, Mark, we spent some time over there, and I think you also provided in your report the amount of time you spent. Tell me a little bit about the most frequent time of year. I'm guessing the middle of summer. What's the most amount of time you'd spend in a month at the library, so council has a good sense of what that contract would mean?
So I think the most time being spent over there would actually be earlier on in the season when it's still wet and the grass is thick. Takes a little bit longer to mow. And I mean, we could mow it in probably the same amount of time, but it's not going to look good. And I kind of would prefer it look good. But in the beginning of the season, I think it actually takes a little bit longer. We're actually getting to the point now, they've chosen not to irrigate. It sounds like they have plans to actually do away with grass indefinitely in the future. So they've chosen not to run the irrigation system. So pretty much we're getting to a point where here in the next couple weeks, couple month or so, we're going to be mowing just weeds. So it'll take less time, I'm thinking, moving forward. But going into fall, when the grass starts getting greener and it's wet, it's going to take a little bit longer. So like I said earlier, the last week when we mowed it, it took 2 employees 40 minutes to get the back and the front and the weed eating and the leaf blowing all done. So I expect maybe in those times where the grass is longer and wet and a little bit more difficult to mow, could be up to about 1.5 to 2 hours maybe.
Okay, Mark, and help me understand a little bit. How many times would you have to hit it on a month where it's growing real fast?
In the past, when I was doing it, I would do it about once a week or about once every week and a half.
Okay, so let's assume, on the heaviest month, let's go 4 times during that month, and let's go ahead and assume you've got about 100 minutes total. So that's 2 people working almost an hour. You could even go 120 minutes if you wanted to. So we're talking about about 480 minutes or 500 minutes a month. You could get up to close to maybe 10 hours, 8 to 10 hours on a really busy month. Otherwise, I think most months you're doing it once. Is that right, Mark?
Yeah, right now, really dry, and this isn't.
Oh, you're going out there, Mark.
We were a little wetter this time last year. I think it's dried out a little earlier this year. So yeah, I think right now maybe once a month, maybe every 2.5 weeks.
Okay. Could your guys handle that, Mark? And you and I have talked about that a little bit. So I'd like for you to tell council. Do you feel like your team could handle that commitment? Which not necessarily about the market rate, because we'd recover the costs. A lot of it's about the capacity.
Yeah, I think we can. It was in our normal swing of things in the past, and that was with just pretty much me, myself, and I. So it's not adding too much more back to the plate.
Council, what are your thoughts?
Can we go back to Mark's verbal commentary during his report? Didn't you say something to the effect of the board member of the library has already told you they're not planning to seek further services, or are they going back to contracting?
So when I was contacted by Roger, it sounded like Roger was looking at this to be a permanent thing, at least until they decided to do away with the grass. But I spoke with someone today. I can't remember what she said her name was. I've met her a couple times briefly. But she's also on the board, and she is adamant that this is going to be temporary and that they fully intend on bringing in a landscaping contractor. So they're just, according to her, this is just going to be a temporary solution.
Well, I think that needs to be identified in the MOU, like what the scope of work is going to entail.
Right, is it just for the summer or what?
Right, because we're spending an awful lot of time talking about this, if this is just a temporary one, I think we just need to find out from Roger whether or not what the scope of work is and how long the MOU is going to be good for.
Yeah, collecting information.
And I can contact Roger tomorrow and get further guidance.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Thank you.
Setting a reminder on my phone right now.
Thank you.
We table the feasibility of the landscaping until another time.
Oh, we have to know that.
So, TJ, I'm wondering if we need to have Roger come to a council meeting.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate. I think the next work session would be a good time to have that discussion.
Yeah, I think that's.
Have a whole board, so they're all in agreement.
I don't know about that.
I have I have this feeling by the time it's sorted out, they're not going to need us anymore.
I know, it's gonna go to the wayside naturally.
Anyway, okay.
Until this time next year.
I have one question, Mark. Are you still there?
I am.
Do you get any feel that, you said mowing weeds, are they gonna expect us to do any yard maintenance such as, putting weed and feed or spraying or anything like that?
That has not been asked of me up to this point, no. And I never did in the past.
It's just something we need to make sure we line out when we do an agreement.
Whenever we get to that
Yes,
point.
please.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and if it came to that point where they were asking me to do extra like fertilization and stuff like that, it would probably be best if we asked, you know, how long. We'd have to figure out how long it's going to take us, but we'd also probably want to ask them to provide the material.
Well, not only that, you have to have PPE.
So council, I want to make sure that I have clear direction from you. Currently, I'm allocating staff time to the library. And we are in that busy time of the year. Would you direct me to continue having staff mow that lawn, or do you want to wait? I know we want to ask Roger to be there for the next meeting.
That's what we, but maybe we can just do it for the next couple of months, 2 to 3 months.
Yeah,
on a
that's-
temporary basis, and
Yeah.
then they can figure out long-term what they want to do, and they can come back and make a proposal to us.
Yeah, and it was pointed out in that earlier meeting last month that this is kind of like our gateway. kind of
Yeah,
thing.
I mean, that's what we'd already indicated, right?
But if it's just gonna be dead grass and weeds, what kind of curb kill are we trying to?
I bet you they do more of like a natural.
They're probably gonna take it all. I thought I heard they were gonna take the grass out completely.
Probably like native
Yeah.
plants or something.
Yeah,
for
and make it
watering.
I don't know, and I might be speaking out of turn here. It sounds like council is okay with continuing to have staff go ahead and mow.
Temporarily.
And temporarily, until we get it sorted out.
Max 3 months.
And we're still paying.
Yeah, we need to do this contract right now.
I know,
Yes,
but it's like we're getting.
So, council, I am perfectly fine drafting an interim agreement that simply states a dollar amount for the next couple of months. If they do intend to move forward with their own contractor, I can simply state that, and even give it 90 to 120 days if we really wanted to. That's something I can very easily do if it's not a permanent contract. You could also do it pro bono. I don't know what your preference is on that, but if you were thinking along the lines of 3 to 4 months, what are your thoughts?
I don't want to do pro bono personally. This is me personally. I think we need to do some type of short-term contract where we're covering the very resources.
Yeah, so
Just basic wear and tear, gas and resource, time.
some of this cost of the library is not been good for the city.
Okay, so I'll have Roger.
Go ahead, TJ.
My apologies. I will have Roger join us for the work session, and I will prepare a temporary agreement for 2 weeks after that, at the council session.
Okay, that sounds good.
That sounds good, yeah.
Okay, first the council is okay with
Yes.
that? Okay, awesome. Jeannie, Councilor Cuthbertson, you're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. We're ready to move on?
Yes.
Okay. All right, next agenda item. We've got Resolution 2026-07 and the July 4th proclamation. Both are in the package.
106.
All right. If there's no further questions for me, I'm going to put kids to bed.
Mark, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark. See you tomorrow.
Perfect. Yes, and as always, I do have my phone on me if anything else comes up.
Thanks, Mark.
Good. Have a good evening.
Good night.
All right, council. Here's what I've got for you. I'm going to go ahead and get this queued up on my screen. Mayor, why don't you go ahead and kick this off? Sorry.
This was my bright idea. Okay, so part of the reason for the resolution kind of stems from, we've got the, yes. I always go through it and then I find it. And then it's okay, we're good. Anyway, so we're talking about resolution 2026-07. This stems from, we've got 4th of July, happens to be the 25th anniversary of the birth of our nation. And we don't have any events planned in Monroe for the occasion. Probably, I know my family will over in Harrisburg will check out the fireworks. We've had the extent of it. I wanted us to, I don't know, something. I've got the proclamation in here. Also, I was doing a little research on flags, and it's like, currently our arrangement at City Hall, and right now the U.S. flag is torn. It needs to be replaced. And we have one flagpole that has the U.S. flag in the state of Oregon. From what I understand, we cannot fly the Oregon flag unless we also fly the POW MIA flag with it. So right now, we're actually out of time. And that flagpole, according to Mark, can only hold 2 flags. So we really can't put the U.S. flag, the Oregon flag, and the POW MIA flag. So then I started, researching this more. Really what we need is 2 flagpoles at City Hall, one that has the U.S. flag, and then you can have the other one, and it can have a commemorative flag or whatever under it. And the other flagpole can be the Oregon flag and the POW MIA flag. Okay.
As long as the U.S. flag is the highest one.
Correct. And those flags cannot be bigger than the U.S. So, on all that. So, we don't have an ordinance or a resolution or anything about flag. So, I actually looked up on League of Oregon Cities website. They had some language. TJ and I batted it back and forth a little bit. And so, he came up with this resolution on displaying flags. Beyond that, I don't know, TJ, what else do we could probably read through it before everybody's here. But
yeah, if you wanted to read through it just briefly, and then while you're doing that there, I also can, when we're ready to look at the actual motion, I have some recommended verbiage for council, kind of a 1-2 step for this.
Okay.
But I'll go ahead and re-share my screen here. Do you want to read it off, sir?
Yeah, I can. A lot of reading tonight for me. Okay.
I'll read it if you want.
If I run out of steam, I'll definitely be coming for volunteers. Okay, City of Monroe Resolution 2026-07, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Monroe governing the display of flags on city property. Whereas the City Council desires to establish clear guidelines regarding the display of all flags flown on city-owned or city-maintained properties. And whereas adopting this resolution, the City Council declares that flagpoles owned or maintained by the City of Monroe are not intended to serve as a forum for free expression by the public, but rather as a non-public forum for the display of governmental and non-governmental flags authorized by the City Council, either as required by law or as an expression of the City Council's official government speech. And whereas the City Council recognizes the importance of displaying the flags required by federal and state law and providing a process for the display of commemorative flags that reflect historical events, causes, observances consistent with the city's mission and priorities. Now therefore we be resolved by the City Council of the City of Monroe, Section 1, Display of Flags. Flags shall be displayed in accordance with the applicable federal and state statutes and regulations, including but not limited to United States Code Title 4, Chapter 1, and Ordinance 186.110 and Ordinance 186.120. Section 2, City Flag. The City of Monroe flag shall fly at half-staff whenever the United States flag or Oregon state flag is flown at half-staff. The mayor may direct that the City of Monroe flag be flown at half-staff upon the death of a current or former city council member, current city employee, or other historically significant member of the Monroe community. Section 3, commemorative flags. 1, as an expression of the city's official government speech, the city council may authorize the display of a commemorative flag on city-owned or city-maintained property. 2, the city council shall only consider requests to display a commemorative flag if the request is made by a member of the city council. Requests by members of the public shall not be considered. 3, the decision to approve or deny a request to display a commemorative flag shall be made at a publicly noticed meeting of the city council. 4, commemorative flags shall be displayed for a period of time that is reasonable or customary for the subject being commemorated. 5, commemorative flags must be either purchased by the city or temporarily donated for city use. Such flags must be clean, free of holes and tears, constructed of all-weather material, and be the same size or smaller from the United States and Oregon flags displayed by the city. 6, if any flag is flown at half-staff, any commemorative flag displayed concurrently shall also be flown at half-staff. 7, for the purposes of this resolution, a commemorative flag, in quotes, means a flag associated with a specific historical event, cause, nation, observance, or group of people that the city council chooses to honor or commemorate consistent with the city's mission and priorities. The following shall not be considered commemorative flags and shall not be approved for display. A, flags of a particular religious movement or creed. B, flags of a political party. Or C, flags advocating a particular outcome in an election. Section 4, administration. The city administrator is authorized to implement this resolution and make reasonable administrative arrangements necessary to ensure compliance with federal and state flag display requirements and the provisions of this resolution. Section 5, effective date. This resolution shall take effect immediately upon adoption. Okay, so there we go. So, go ahead, TJ.
Sorry, sir. That's the entirety of the resolution. And I'll go ahead and bring up my screen here. I have one more slide to share with y'all. Let me stop sharing because it's doing something weird. All right, there we go. Now I can reshare. I don't know why it's wanting to do that.
I only have one comment on that. Just one.
Yeah. So what we want to do is we also want to think about the appropriation specific for the flag. So we know that we're going to have to make some kind of expenditure. I do expect that the cost might be somewhere between the range of $2,500 to $3,000, somewhere in there. That's probably more than enough, but I was doing just a little bit of research to see the different options available. So my recommendation is that the council does two things. One is that you recommend you motion a move to adopt the resolution, establishing the policy for the display of flags on city property. And then secondly, you may choose to direct me to procure and install a flagpole. And you may also include a not to exceed amount. I might recommend something sufficient to ensure in the range of maybe $2,500 to $3,000 to ensure that we can fully capture that cost.
I think Councilman Ray had it.
Yeah, this would be perfect then. I don't know if this sounds odd to you or not, but I feel that there should be something here that says that any flag that we display, especially the American flag, that it's made in USA. So we're not buying Chinese flags. These are made in USA.
You say,
No, it should be added as
to the-
part of
We can. That's fine.
then you can make a motion.
the American flag always goes on the left of the audience. So looking at City Hall, the tall flagpole would go to the left.
Sure.
I do have a question. If we're installing a flagpole and we decide, I don't know, are we gonna build a new City Hall? If we are, then this flagpole be transferred to the new building?
And the other question, to add on to that, is the flagpole going to be lighted because?
I think the current one actually does have a solar light on it.
Yeah, because you're not allowed to display the flag in that flag.
Right. Yep.
Did you hear me?
I'm sorry. I think you're asking about illuminating the flag, lighting it up. Is that right?
Yeah.
Did you hear anything else I said, or did I break this mic too?
Sorry, I didn't catch the second part of that. What was the second part of your question?
No, it was my first part. Did you hear that the flagpole has to go on the left-hand side?
Yes, I heard that. Yep.
Okay, did you hear that I asked, are we going to go with a new building for City Hall, or are we going to fix the building that we have? And if we go to a new building, are we going to take this new flagpole with us?
We are going to, at one point in time, go to a new building. We do not have the funds for that, so my estimate, very loose estimate, is 3 to 5 years before we really are there. It could be longer, depending on funding. So if we go to a new city hall, yes, we would hope to bring that with us, unless it was literally in stone and in the ground and had to be removed. We want to get the best thing that we possibly can now, taking into account, of course, that it probably would have a lifespan of around 5 years.
So it may have to be replaced by the time
Yeah.
we have a new city hall anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So it sounds like, I do like Councilor Ray's suggestion that we add some verbiage in this, that the flags, whether they're US, commemorative, Oregon, whatever, that they are made in the United States.
If you could fit it in,
Flags must be-
Yeah.
I think you can fit it into section 3, bullet 5.
And we could also, whenever the motion is made, we can add that to the motion as well.
Just make a motion with the addition of that comment.
And then there's the money piece of it as well.
That was the second motion.
Do you need 2 separate motions? One to actually adopt it and include the new verbiage about the flags being made in the US, and then a second one for the funding, or can it be all wrapped up?
Yes. It would be 2 motions. The first one, exactly as you just said, it would be to authorize it and tell me about how we pay for them or what we buy. And the second one gives me the appropriation.
Okay. Do we have another amount in mind? TJ has suggested an amount of.
2,500, and the max would be 3,000.
That's for the new pole and.
Flags
Yeah.
and all of it.
Well, they have the flags.
Well, I'm donating this.
Yeah.
So what do we need, a motion for the?
We need a motion.
American flags, right?
To make a motion on that resolution with adding the verbiage, the US NATO.
And then the other piece stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion on resolution 2026-07, resolution of the city council of the city of Monroe governing display of flags of city property, and to add verbiage to section 3, bullet 5, that any flags that are displayed should be bought in the US.
Second that motion.
Comments or questions before? Okay. Let's vote. Councilor Ray?
Yes.
Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Councilor Evans?
Yes.
Councilor Cuthbertson?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Myers?
Yes.
Councilor Wood?
Yes.
Okay, one down. All right.
I'll make a motion that we authorize the city administrator to procure and install flagpole improvements, flags, and related hardware necessary to implement the resolution and amount not to exceed $3,000. Second.
All right, any other comments or questions before we vote? Councilor Phillips?
Yes.
Councilor Myers?
Yes.
Councilor Cuthbertson?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Evans?
Yes.
Councilor Wood?
Yes.
And Councilor Ray? Yes. All right, thank you. And I just want to thank you all for voting for this. I appreciate it. I don't know if it's like a scouts thing, but it goes back to
So, the flags are important.
TJ, I don't know if you know, I have brought with me to the meeting a brand new U.S. American flag, made in America. I also brought a commemorative one. It says 1776 to 2026 on it. It was also made in America. I was gonna give them to Mark, I was gonna donate them to the city and have Mark put them up. Hopefully tomorrow, if he has time. Currently, the U.S. flag that is displayed at City Hall is torn. It needs to
We destroyed properly.
Yes, I think we got to be able to do that.
That's really cool.
The other piece of this was the proclamation.
Do we need, not to belabor this further, but do we need to approve the commemorative flag we have there today?
I don't know. That's actually a really great question. It's a great question.
The decision to approve or deny a request to display a commemorative flag shall be made publicly notice meeting.
Very good.
But
Make
it's
a
supposed to be
motion that we-
smaller than the American flag and the
So what I read was it can be the same size or smaller.
It needs same.
I'll make a motion that we approve the flying of the 250-year commemorative flag.
And Councilor Evans, I would point to this section 1 in the United States Code. I imagine that's what most appropriate regulations are for the flying of flag.
Well, because it's-
And it truly is kind of an American flag. The old version is
It is, it's got 13 stars.
the style of it's not.
It is. All right, if there are any comments and questions, we're going to go ahead and vote. Councilor Ray.
My question.
Sir.
So, why did we need that motion again?
Because our motion we just passed said we have to,
We have to-
council has to approve commemorative flags.
So this is a commemorative flag.
I just didn't see that thing.
Section 3.
Section 3.
Mm-hmm.
Just covering our bases.
No, I appreciate that.
Well, Councilor Pelton's one that's like.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Councilor Evans. Councilor Cuthbertson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Myers.
Yes.
And Councilor Clark.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you all again.
That was a good call. That was a really good call.
Okay, so our ballot green, it's turning into a long bit. Okay, I'm getting tired. So we've got the proclamation. I can read it. I think in the past, what we've done with proclamations is, I think I've read through it, or we've had somebody read through it, and then we vote on whether or not we actually, the council approves the proclamation. If I remember correctly, I could be wrong. It is getting late. TJ, is that what you understand?
That's what we've done.
Yes, sir. That's generally exactly what I would expect.
Okay, all right, good. Just making sure I haven't lost it. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and I will read the proclamation here. Okay, City of Monroe Proclamation commemorating America's 250th anniversary. Whereas on July 4th, 2026, the United States of America will commemorate the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, marking 2.5 centuries of freedom, democracy, opportunity, and the enduring pursuit of a more perfect union. And whereas this historic milestone provides an opportunity to honor our nation's past, celebrate the freedoms we enjoy today, and recommit ourselves to building a future where liberty, justice, and opportunity are extended to every American. And whereas the City of Monroe proudly joins communities across our nation in celebrating America's 250th and bringing neighbors together to honor our shared history while looking ahead to America's future. And whereas the City of Monroe and South Benton County have always been strengthened by citizens who have worked together to build a welcoming and thriving community, demonstrating that patriotism is reflected not only in our love of country, but also in our commitment to serving one another. And whereas we commit America's 250th anniversary, may we also inspire us to strengthen our community, celebrate our shared heritage, continue the pursuit of liberty and justice for all, and work together to build a brighter future for all generations to come. Now therefore, the mayor and Monroe City Council do hereby proclaim the city of Monroe's official commemoration of America 250 and invite all residents, businesses, schools, civic organizations, and visitors to celebrate the historic anniversary as we honor our nation's past, celebrate our present, and look forward with hope. Together, let us honor those who came before us and inspire future generations to continue building a nation and a community that lives up to the enduring promise of American ideals. How's that? Okay. I just need a motion. Yeah, the city council is going to accept it.
I'll make a motion to accept the City of Monroe proclamation commemorating America's 250th anniversary.
And I'll second. Oh, I'm sorry, didn't hear him.
I
My brain is-
know.
My voice.
Okay, Councilor Wood. Okay. Any questions before we? Okay. Let's vote. Councilor Wood.
Yes.
Councilor Myers.
Yes.
Councilor Cuthbertson.
Yes.
Councilor Evans.
Yes.
Councilor Williams.
Yes.
And Councilor Rose.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on. Let's see.
Okay. Looks like, if I'm not mistaken,
Sign review for Blackberry Jamboree. Next
so I
meeting.
want to, oh, thank you, sir. I actually received an email from the Blackberry Jamboree stating that they did not indeed need our consideration. They'll be working with the Monroe Telephone company on that. They had originally reached out to ask about putting up signs. And I told them I put them on the agenda, but they just told me yesterday night that they didn't need that consideration anymore.
Okay, so they're wanting to put up the banners along Highway 9.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, the Monroe Telephone Company is the only one that's got a bucket truck to do that. So. Okay, so it sounds like it's resolved. We'll move on.
Yeah.
All right, so we're moving on now to resolution 2026-06. This is clarifying the accounting and administration of Longcom Watershed Council water intake maintenance funds within the Water Reserve Fund.
Correct. You saw this at the budget committee a couple weeks ago. We're bringing this to you again for council authorization. So just as a quick refresher, also, Mayor, I know that you weren't available during that meeting, so that I want to make sure I hone in on what we're talking about, what council talked about for this. So I want to also know, if I'm not mistaken, I just noticed that in your packet, this front page may not be there. Am I wrong about that?
It's split. It's
Yeah,
split
it's
by.
split.
It's,
We've got it.
it's right after the
We
commemoration.
found it.
It's okay.
Got it. Okay, great. So what happened again? I'm actually just going to read through some of the whereases and then get into the details, because I think this is going to help us really get into really just exactly what it is. So we adopted in 2025 resolution 2025-03 establishing the water intake maintenance reserve fund for the purpose of putting funds together to support the maintenance, repair, and replacement of that raw water intake. And the City of Monroe adopted resolution 2025-04 right after that, accepting up to $50,000 in funds from the Longcom Watershed Council for the future water intake maintenance. And that resolution directed those funds to be reserved for that purpose. The city subsequently reviewed its reserve fund structure and then determined that the purpose of that water intake maintenance reserve fund are substantially consistent with the purposes of the existing water reserve fund. That is to say, we created a new fund when we kind of already had one where this money should have lived already. The City Council finds that administration of the Longcom Watershed Council funding within the existing Water Reserve Fund will simplify financial administration, improve transparency, and reduce unnecessary fund proliferation. We don't want to create a lot of funds for specific things. And then maintain the council's original intent, which is that the funds are to be reserved exclusively for future water intake maintenance and related water system purposes. And then finally, the council desires to continue reserving all funds received from the Longtom Watershed Council for water intake maintenance, repair and replacement, and operational support associated with the city's raw water intake facilities, all within that same fund. So our current budget is already structured so that this resolution, when it takes effect, will essentially formalize that structure in the budget. We created Fund 409. The problem was we never created a supplemental budget to formally allow 409 to exist for the auditors to review it. So when we were going through audit last year, the auditors said, what is this Fund 409? So I had to do a deep dive and figure out, okay, what did Steve do here? I did that deep dive and came to the conclusion that he created this fund. Council said, okay, we're going to create it, but it never was added into the supplemental budget. It wasn't added into the budget. It just never was created. So it hangs out in an unauthorized fund. And rather than bring to you a resolution to formalize Fund 409, what I'm recognizing is those dollars really most appropriately are supposed to live in the Water Reserve Fund, where all of our water projects live, whether it's a water intake or something else in the future. So what we don't want to do is be creating separate reserve funds for every little component that has a big price tag. If it's a water component, it should go in the Water Reserve Fund. If it's a wastewater component, it should go in the Sewer Reserve Fund, so on and so forth. So this resolves that issue in our budgeting and cleans it up considerably.
Makes sense.
Okay. The less we get ding the auditors, they don't ding us, the better.
This gives us more room to move and groove and still be compliant.
Any questions on this?
It looks good.
Are you looking for a motion?
Only a motion
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2026-06, a resolution clarifying the accounting and administration of Longtom Watershed Council water intake maintenance funds within the Water Reserve Fund.
Second. You want that? Okay, no, he pointed at you. I saw him before. I saw him before. Sorry, Zach, you're it. Okay, any other comments or questions for Jerry? Nope, okay, let's vote. Counselor Duffy has
Yes.
a question? No. You're like, wait. All right, Counselor Felty.
Yes.
Okay, Counselor Myers.
Yes.
Counselor Cuthbertson.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Evans. Counselor Lilly.
Yes.
And Counselor. Yes. Thank you very much. All right. Another one down, guys.
All right. One quick note, Council, just so you're aware. I know you see this there. Resolutions 2025-03 and 2025-04 remain in full force. All we're doing is changing where the money goes to. So it was a nice, clean adjustment. We didn't make any big changes.
All right. So looks like resolution 2026-05 and attachment are in the packet. This is authorizing intra-fund by budget transfers within the fiscal year 2024-2026 biannual budget to align appropriations with actual operational expenditures. Wow, that's amazing I can say that. Okay.
Yeah, this one's a big one. This is one I will tell you all has kept me up more nights over this past year than I would like, and largely it was because I recognized a big problem about halfway through the biennium, which happens to be right when I started.
Yeah.
That we, in many lines within our funds, we didn't have enough money allocated, not even close. And in other funds, we had way too much money allocated for what we could possibly spend. The important thing that I needed to track was that it was only at the line item level, and that those expenditures never went over within the fund itself. I'm happy to report that that is truly the case. We never had to ask council for additional appropriations or a supplemental budget to make all of our funds work. So what we've done is we've waited until the end of the fiscal year, identified all of the costs, and what we're bringing to you is one summary clean sweep resolution that reallocates all of the lines within each fund. And I'll go ahead and share that in just a moment. There's the attachment. But I'll go ahead and walk through the resolution in its detail first, and then talk a little bit more about what we're doing here. So this is, as the mayor said, a resolution that authorizes intra-fund, so within the same fund, budget transfers. There are no transfers going from one fund to another fund. For the fiscal year biannual budget 2024-26, to align appropriations with the actual operational expenditures. So the City of Monroe adopted a biannual budget. During implementation of the biannual budget, those expenditures for personnel services, material services, and operational activities in general varied from the original budget estimates due to changing operational demands, due to changing staffing allocation, utility costs. There were regulatory requirements, service needs, expenditure timing, but also just we didn't predict a lot of it, that we didn't look at a lot of the predictability. The city has conducted a review of appropriations and expenditure activity within each fund. So what we did is we looked at every single fund and said, what do we really expect to spend by the end of the fiscal year? The review determined that certain appropriations are projected to be insufficient, while other appropriations are not anticipated to be fully utilized. This is what I had mentioned a few minutes ago. And also, we're transitioning from a biannual budget to an annual budget beginning in this fiscal year. And we've undertaken this reconciliation effort to make sure that we improve that alignment between appropriations and actual operational expenditures in preparation for this budget. That's how we arrived at many of the numbers that we have in your budget that we've reviewed. Whereas the transfers identified in Exhibit A are necessary to align those appropriations with the actual operational expenditures and to accurately reflect that those costs of personnel services, materials and services, and operations within those affected funds. And then also, whereas all transfers identified in Exhibit A occur within existing funds, and I'm really underscoring that because that is the legal compliance requirement. That was a tongue twister late at night. It's all within the same fund. There are no dollars moving from one fund to another. Everything is just within the line items in its existing fund. With the same legally adopted appropriation categories. So we're moving from personnel to personnel, from materials and services to materials and services. There is no mixing of the two, for example, even within the same fund. And therefore, we don't require any additional resources, no supplemental appropriation, nor any transfer between funds, all of which would have required a bigger cure from council. And finally, of course, the city council finds that approval of the transfers identified in Exhibit A promote accurate financial reporting, responsible fiscal management, transparency, and ultimately compliance with Oregon local budget law, which is my primary goal here. The resolution then continues for section 1. The budget transfers identified in the Exhibit A, which are attached, are incorporated by reference. So it does nothing more and nothing less. Section 2, authorization. The city administrator, finance officer, and other authorized city staff are directed and authorized to make the budget adjustments and accounting entries necessary to implement the transfers described in Exhibit A. Section 3, just to underscore it again, no additional appropriations. The transfers authorized by this resolution occur solely within the existing funds and within the same legally adopted appropriation categories. The transfers do not increase total appropriations, do not require additional resources, do not require supplemental appropriations, nor do they constitute transfers between funds. Section 4, findings. The city council finds that the transfers authorized by this resolution are necessary to ensure that appropriations accurately reflect actual appropriations, actual expenditures again, and anticipated year-end costs within each fund. The effective date is upon adoption. And what I'll do now is I'll go ahead and take us over to this attachment here. And I want to go ahead and just point out for you how we're handling this. You can see that this is the code for the resolution, or excuse me, for the fund. So that is what actually directs staff on the computer to move money from. Salary administrator, city administrator. For example, this first one, budgeted, year-to-date, and remaining balance. What we're doing is we're taking that remaining balance and moving it to health insurance of $19,000 total. And the intent there is to allocate those dollars to this $17,000 that's missing in health insurance. So you can see we didn't do the calculation. Health insurance should have been something that was easy to calculate. We should have had sufficient funds in there to cover the salary for all staff. So we're simply making that adjustment here. Both of those are within personnel, as you can see labeled in the title here. Looking at materials and services. For example, attorney's fees. We had a budgeted amount, a year to date, and a remaining balance. What we're doing is we're taking 16,000 of that and moving it to payroll processing, which had a deficit, and also to other categories as well that had deficits, leaving just the amount that you see right here after the funds are transferred. On the right-hand column, what you will very clearly see is every single fund is in the positive. What I want you to do is really at the end of the day, compare that last column to the remaining balance column. Everywhere where you see parentheses are areas where there were negatives racking up to the end of the year. And you'll notice over here that account, or that line rather, gets balanced and trued up to 1638 total. By transferring these dollars, looking just at the 100 General Administration Fund, for example, we're able to see that all of these funds balance with positive dollars, even if it's only $10, without having to allocate any further money to the fund. And that was the magic key, and what I continuously wanted to make sure I reference in the resolution for legal budget compliance. Looking at Fund 201, you will see that there are several of these transfers all moving between personnel from personnel to personnel, and then materials and services to materials and services. If you recall from the budget process, those are the two key categories that we have in each fund: the personnel and the materials and services. So what this says is this is significant cleanup. The reason that we couldn't bring this to council for resolution a year ago when I first started seeing overages is because I had no way to know how long or how much I'd be tracking until we got to the end of the fiscal year. More importantly, I had no way to know what my budgeting would be for the coming fiscal year, for the coming budget. So what we have been doing is tracking this for the past full year to bring to you as a summary resolution that then not only corrects the prior budget that was not in many ways accurately calculated, and secondly, it helped us accurately calculate the present budget so that this doesn't happen again. A lot of work here, several months of work, and like I said, a lot of sleepless nights, and I wasn't certain we'd get to as favorable of an outcome as we did. So I'm very fortunate and thankful for that. But this was very scary to be left with coming into the city, and I wanted to let you know just that Dawn has been an incredible asset, and she has been equally concerned about this. And we've been working together to monitor this diligently and very carefully for this past year to get to the point we are now.
No, thank you so much. I know that you inherited a mess, and it has taken a lot of time and effort to straighten things out. Thank you very, very much.
I second that. I second that. Thank you to you and Dawn. This is a lot of work, a lot of sleepless nights, as I can tell. I can hear from your voice. But thank you for setting us on the right course, TJ.
Absolutely. Are there any questions about the specific transfers? That will be my next question. And if none, we can then return to the resolution itself.
I don't.
I'm a little confused, maybe because I'm just not using this calculator right now, but like there's a lot like parks ground maintenance to parks ground maintenance from parks ground maintenance to equipment, R&M, city hall building, R&M, vehicle, O&M. Okay, so all of those park ground maintenances were to that? Are they all
Yes.
just like separated from the two accounts that it went to?
Right. You can see the total amounts going from and then to multiple different lines because some funds have a lot of money left over. And so they get spread out to multiple other lines within that same category to get them above zero.
My only comment would be, to make it easier for old eyes to view, the proposed interfund transfer, if you had it like in a T chart where you had the twos in one column and the froms in the other column, like you would do on a spreadsheet, say it's total.
Fair enough. Yep.
I mean, I could read it fine, I'm just saying that would be the only, and it's very nitpicky, so don't worry about it. I'm just saying it would be easier to pick up.
I'm just looking at it a little bit.
No, I totally agree. And I'm
It's
I'm already
really
here,
small.
and I have no problem.
Well, you're special.
Each fund
I
is,
see it, I know.
no change to
Oh,
the
yeah.
actual fund, these are just line items. And it's still taking into account everything.
So how are we feeling about the transfers?
I think it looks great.
Part of it was this is a work in progress. So this started out with just a few lines in the beginning of last fiscal year, and then it ended up being 10 lines and 20 lines, and more needed to be added. So this is something that grew organically. Part of the reason it wasn't so cut and dry as in and out.
Right. Takes a while to investigate it all.
So we ready to go back to the resolution?
Ready to make a motion or?
Well, TJ, are you still available talking around the resolution? Is that correct?
No, I covered the full resolution. We got to the point where it says the effective date is upon adoption. So technically, Dawn could go and execute this tomorrow, which I think would make her sleep a little better moving forward too.
Right. Okay, so you're looking for a motion at this point.
I am, yes.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to accept resolution number 2026-05, reading a resolution authorizing inter-fund budget transfers within the fiscal year 2024 to 2026 biennial budget to align appropriations with actual operational expenditures. Yes.
We're paying for the library's electricity,
Oh, reduced it.
is there proposed that?
Let's consider that reading costs.
That was per agreement, we had to pay for it for like half a year.
Yeah, that's what.
So they transferred whatever money that was in that transfer.
That was to library electricity.
Let's finish the motion and then we can come back to the questions. We got the first. Anybody want to second
I'll do
this?
second.
Okay, now let's go.
Question.
Okay.
It says it's going to the library electricity.
So what fund are you looking at?
It's from Public Works.
On
Public
page
Works.
6,
46,213.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, it's kind of like a back, so it goes 2013 Parks Park, goes propane, to library electricity, 100,
from parks, goes
goes to, and then it goes from, and then it goes to City Hall propane. Oh, wait, that's it.
You see what she's talking about there, TJ?
What's that?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
On page 60, or 201 Public Works, you have from parks, park host propane to library electricity, $300. Is it proposed interfund transfer? And DEFD after transfers, it's $515.90.
Are we still responsible for like any major, like, I don't know, the library?
I'm just curious, we're paying for the electricity at the library?
Yes, we is my understanding is that was part of our agreement with the library when we handed it over to them. I question this. My understanding is that's binding.
I don't recall the electricity being part of the agreement.
I don't recall it being part of the agreement past the 6 months,
Yeah, that's my understanding too.
unless somebody has a different signed agreement.
And when did we get rid of the library, right? This would have been in that time frame.
Oh.
2024 timeframe.
Before I came on this.
Yeah, you gotta remember some of these costs are from.
It was June, like right before I came on board. You guys, I think, finally surplus the library.
We had finished the fiscal year out. Yeah.
Yeah, so it would have been through 2026, the first of the year if it was 6 months. So I can confirm that we have not been paying electricity these past 6 months. If we have, and that truly was only a 6-month agreement, then we could ask for a rebate. I'll look into this. Is there something in writing that I can reference? I haven't seen it.
There was supposed to be,
Yes.
It wasn't a contract, like there was a
Yeah.
legal.
Yeah, we signed something. Signed an
Okay,
agreement.
I will do a deeper dive. I don't know. Maybe it's Steve's record.
Well, and Dawn will have record too of it, because she pays the power bill, right?
Well, we looked at this together. I was asking about this, and this is something that we've actually honed in on a few times during our meetings together. So I'm going to get with her tomorrow and make sure we're on the same page. I believe that we have not been paying electricity any longer, if I recall. We did have a conversation about at some point in time it was supposed to stop, I think, but I don't know when.
It should have stopped a year ago.
Oh, we could have